Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are live. Welcome to the show, folks. I am your host, Matt Morris. We are live right now on YouTube and on Rumble at Matt Morris TV. Make sure to follow and subscribe. We are going live this lovely Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. I guess it's 6 p.m. on the East Coast, 3 p.m. West Coast, folks. We have some breaking emergency news. It seems as if the Senate tonight, like right now, any minute now, is going to vote to reopen the government. We have some, kind of the rumor mill is churning out some information right now. And it seems like on day number 40 here, this government shutdown is going to come to an end. Now, to show you real quick exactly what I'm talking about, I'll kind of kick things off here. Take a look at this. Breaking news. President Trump has officially backed the Senate's plan to reopen the government, which gives no money to illegal aliens or to Obamacare. At least 10 Democrats are already on board to end their shutdown. That would be enough. Hold the line. Do not give in to Chuck Schumer's demands. A vote is expected this evening. So I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, probably 6 minutes ago, exactly 6 minutes ago, the Senate reconvened. I was sitting here watching. Maybe I should have gone live 10 minutes ago so you could see it, but the Senate has reconvened as of 6 minutes ago. And they are going to be, in fact, you can see this is what it was. The Senate stands in recess until 6 p.m. Well, 6 p.m. came. And by the way, it's not only us out here on social media that have heard these rumors. In fact, you know what? I'm going to play something for you. Take a listen to what this senator on the Senate floor had to say 6 minutes ago himself. Can I find this here? Turn up the audio. This individual here.
No, we are not.
Mr. President, there are reports that the government will be reopened tonight or tomorrow morning. And all I can say is it's about time.
So I just wanted to play that real quick. So this is beyond rumor mill. This is a senator 6 minutes ago on the Senate floor when they came back from recess just now, a couple minutes ago. He said on the Senate floor, there are rumors that this government shutdown is coming to an end. He said either tonight or tomorrow morning. The rumor I'm hearing all over social media is tonight. We have this report saying that 10 Democrats have swapped over. And so the Senate is back in session right now. Oops. They're going to be having this vote any minute now. As you know, President Trump was very, very stern with these Senate Republicans a couple days ago, Friday afternoon. President Trump, he literally said publicly, the Senate Republicans are not allowed to go home this weekend. They need to keep the Senate open. They need to keep negotiating and figure this out. Nobody goes home. Nobody gets to enjoy their Saturday or their Sunday. You need to go to work and open up the damn government. And maybe that little kick in the butt was exactly what they needed, because it seems as if they've been able to work out a deal. Now, I'm seeing a breaking news report from Politico coming out, breaking down the developments that we have going on tonight. Maybe while they are waiting to vote here, and it's going to happen. It's going to happen, and we're going to watch it live. We're going to be here all night as long as it takes. But let me read through this report with you, folks. Senate hopes for a shutdown breakthrough Sunday. Senators believe enough Democrats are ready to reopen the government. The White House is not standing in the way of an emergency deal. Now, I need to say this. Maybe we're going to find out in this article right now. We don't know the terms of this deal. If they have struck a deal at all, I don't know the terms of the deal. We might not be happy about this deal. And so we need to wait and see what that is. You guys know my preference. My preference here is screw the deal, let's go nuclear. Screw the deal, let's go nuclear. But, this deal might be such that Chuck Schumer has totally capitulated. Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats might have totally surrendered. They've given up. They have agreed to every single one of President Trump's demands. That might be what the deal is tonight. I don't know. Either way, whatever the details of this deal are, I think we need to go nuclear anyway, right? I think we need to go nuclear anyway. Let's keep reading here. Senators are cautiously optimistic that they have at least the 8 Democrats needed to advance the House-passed funding stopgap Sunday, according to 4 people granted anonymity to disclose private discussions. Now, this is one thing I was very curious about. It says they are going to try to advance the House-passed funding stopgap. So the continuing resolution 5371, I think, is what the bill number is. This is the continuing resolution that everybody's been talking about. Now, I want to explain why it's important that already House-passed bill is the bill of the evening that we're talking about. You could envision a scenario here where the Senate Republicans and the Senate Democrats, they say, okay, we're going to put together a new bill in the Senate. We're going to make some tweaks here, some changes there. We're going to pass it. We pass it. Okay. Still, that's got to go back to the House. The House would have to pass that new Senate drafted and Senate passed bill also. So it'd be passed. If this is a new one, they got to pass it back to the House. Well, the House has been in recess since October 1st. There's a little bit of drama. Does anybody know what the drama is going on in the House right now? Has anybody been following? I'll give you a little bit of a hint. It relates to a certain individual. His name is Jeffrey Epstein. You guys might have heard of a House representative. His name is Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie, who is a Republican technically, he has put together a bipartisan coalition of 218 Republicans and Democrats in the House. And the second the House reopens, they've been on recess now for 5.5 weeks. The second the House reopens, Thomas Massie has enough votes to pass a bill that would force the DOJ to release all of the Epstein files. And so some people don't want that. Some people don't want the conversation to be about Epstein anymore. Some people want to move on from that. But it's going to happen. At some point, it's going to happen. Whenever the House reopens, it's been 5.5 weeks. Massie is pushing this Epstein bill. And so the reason why I'm saying this now is because, once again, if the Senate Republicans and Senate Democrats drafted up a new continuing resolution to reopen the government, by nature of being new, it would have to go back to the House. At which point, we're talking about Epstein again. So that's kind of on the back burner here. Now, I want to tell you something while we're talking about the Epstein dynamic. While we're talking about the Epstein dynamic, that bill it's only a matter of time. That bill, which would compel the DOJ to release the Epstein files, it will pass in the House. 100% it will. It's not going to pass in the Senate. And most certainly, President Trump is not going to sign that bill, even if it did pass in the Senate. It's not going to happen. So everybody's going to be talking about that. We're going to have another news media cycle talking about Epstein. It's an inevitability. It's going to be up on the public radar here pretty soon. Whenever the House reopens, it's going to pass, but it's going to be dead in the Senate and it's going to be dead in the White House. So if you're sitting here like, yeah, let's go release the Epstein files, I'm with you, but it's sort of optics. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. We are going to be talking about it again, though, very soon. So that's part of this dynamic also. Anyway, let's keep reading through what is going on with tonight's dynamic. Senators are cautiously optimistic that they have at least the 8 Democrat votes needed to advance the already House-passed funding stopgap Sunday. So if we're talking about passing this already House-passed continuing resolution, what does this mean? This means the Democrats have surrendered. That's what that means. If we're talking about the bill that has already been passed through the House, 5371, I believe is the number, this means the Democrats have capitulated. This means they have surrendered. This means Donald Trump wins. If all of this is true, this means the Republicans win, the Senate Republicans win. This means America First agenda is underway, and we are passing this continuing resolution. That's what that would mean. So today might end up being a very big day because, as it seems right now, it seems like the Senate Democrats have given up. They have surrendered. The White House is not standing in the way of the emerging deal, effectively greenlighting the effort as Senate GOP leaders try to push it through in the coming hours. That's tonight, right now. According to 2 people with direct knowledge who were granted anonymity to discuss the administration's position. A White House spokesperson did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So when we're talking about a deal, what does this mean? We're talking about a deal after the government is reopened, which is what Trump and the Senate Republicans have been wanting for a long time, for this entire time. They've been saying, reopen the government, pass in the Senate the continuing resolution budgetary bill that has already been passed in the House, pass that, reopen the government, and then we can come up with some type of deal. But the government has to be open. We're not going to negotiate under duress. We're not going to negotiate with the Democrats when the government is shut down. And so it seems like that's what's going on here. Seems like that demand, reopen the government, then we will talk. Seems like that demand is being met tonight. A fresh glimmer of optimism comes as senators finalized a 3-bill package of full-year bills to fund veterans programs, food aid, and certain agencies. All 3 bills were released Sunday. So these new bills might be a part of this dynamic to come shortly after the government reopens. As part of the potential deal, Republicans would also commit to giving Democrats a vote on soon-to-expire Affordable Care Act subsidies once the government reopens, with the vote likely happening next month. Republicans also expect federal workers laid off during the shutdown would be brought back as a part of a deal blessed by the White House. 2 people granted anonymity to share have relayed to us. So there are stipulations with the deal. There's no such thing as a free lunch. And so it seems as if part of these negotiations is, okay, we're going to open up the government. The Democrats have said we're going to open up the government as long as after the government is open, the Senate Republicans come on over and agree to rehire back some of the federal employees that have been laid off during the shutdown. And there's been a lot of them that have been laid off. So who knows how many of them. And then another component is that they are maybe going to pass the ACA subsidies. That specific component, as it relates to the ACA subsidies, I want to know exactly which components. There's a lot of them. Which ones specifically? That's a big topic, and I'd want to peel back the layers there. Senate Majority Leader, and by the way, once again, all of this is in the realm of kind of rumor mill right now. The Senate is in session. This is live. We have one senator right now speaking down here. This is Bill Cassidy, senator from Louisiana. And so any minute now, the Senate is going to be having this vote on reopening the government. But they're getting ready to go. It's going to happen tonight. That's what seems to be the case here. Now let's talk about going nuclear. Hold up here. Well, let me work my way down there. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told reporters that the, quote, plan is to vote for the 15th time on Sunday, tonight, this will be vote number 15, to try to advance the House-passed continuing resolution, which will be the vehicle for the larger funding deal to come shortly afterwards. Senate Appropriations Chair Susan Collins, Republican from Maine, said she was hopeful senators would be able to advance a deal to end the shutdown Sunday, but that the vote would be close. So Susan Collins, Republican senator, has said the vote tonight is going to be close. That's the quote, close. That's the word that's being used. Now, just to kind of put the numbers out here for those of you that have maybe not been following along too closely, in order to reopen the government tonight, we need to see 60 votes in the Senate. We've had 52 Republicans voting and 3 Democrats voting to reopen the government. That's 55. 52 plus 3, 55. So we need to see 5 more senators vote yes to reopen the government. We could get Rand Paul. Rand Paul is a Republican who has been voting no. Maybe they got him to come over. I doubt that. So it's probably going to have to be 5 Democrats. So all things considered, in order for this bill to get passed to reopen the government, we're going to end up likely seeing 52 Republicans and 8 Democrats. We already have 3 Democrats, so we need 5 more. 60 total. To kind of put the numbers out there in front of you folks. Let's talk nuclear. Even if senators break the filibuster on Sunday, which is a possibility, reread that. Even if the senators break the filibuster on Sunday, which is a possibility, today is Sunday. Today is Sunday. Progressives could drag out the passage of the deal for days, Speeding it up would require consent from all 100 senators. The House would, there's different procedural maneuvers they could use to kind of slow down the entire process, even if we go nuclear. The House would then need to come back to Washington to pass the agreement before the government would reopen. By the way, I do not expect to go nuclear tonight. I do not think so. I don't think it's going to happen. I wish we had a couple more Republican senators with some big old balls, but I think we don't. And I wish we did. Kind of seems like they don't want to do that. Now, I'm going to tell you something here as a little bit of a history lesson, talking about the nuclear option or talking about nuking the filibuster. In 2022, a little bit of a history lesson here. In 2022, during the Biden era, 48 out of 50 Senate Democrats voted to nuke the filibuster 3 years ago. This happened. This is not like speculative, like this happened. In 2022, 48 out of 50 Senate Democrats voted to nuke the filibuster. 2 of the Senate Democrats voted not to do it. Thank God. Otherwise, listen, they came very close. The Senate Democrats in 2022, they came impossibly close to nuking the filibuster. 2, by the grace of God, Senate Democrats did not go along with the plan. Their names were Manchin and Sinema. Those were the 2 Democrat senators that voted against nuking the filibuster in 2022. Both of them have since been kicked out of the Democrat Party. They were primaried out. The Democrats said, all right, listen, hey, excuse me. The Democratic establishment said, listen, Manchin and Sinema, if you are not going to vote alongside us, if you're not going to vote with the party to nuke the filibuster, then you are kicked out of the party. You're getting replaced. Your ass is getting kicked out. And so now they are both out of the Senate. So right now there are, take a head count here, there are 47 current Senate Democrats. 45 of those 47 current Senate Democrats have tried in the past to get rid of the filibuster, or they have at a minimum publicly expressed interest in getting rid of the filibuster. 45 out of 47 of the current ones. Now, the two current Democrat senators that have not tried to nuke the filibuster or talked about nuking filibuster, it's Mark Kelly and John Tester. And to be totally fair, we don't even know if they are against nuking the filibuster. They might be in favor of it. They just haven't spoken about it. So we don't know. They might have 47 out of 47 that are in favor of it. The Republicans, however, we've got 53 Senate Republicans, only 9 of them. Only 9 of the Senate Republicans are in favor of nuking the filibuster. We need to nuke it. This deal aside, whatever's going on with this deal, that's great. I don't know. Maybe it's not great. We're going to find out more tonight. We really should. I mean, listen, am I living in crazy town? Can you guys give me a yes or no real quick? Yes or no? Should we nuke the filibuster right now, today, immediately, this second? Yeah, we should. We've got a country to save. Yes, we should. I'm going to keep reading through the news here about what's going on tonight. This would not be the first time that the senators thought they were on the cusp of a deal only for things to unravel. Roughly a dozen members of the Senate Democrat caucus were believed to be ready last week to vote to reopen the government, but those flipped votes never materialized after the party's off-year election rout. So you saw what happened. This was on Tuesday. What is that, like 5 days ago now, on Tuesday. The Democrats have had some tiny modicum of success at the ballot box in Virginia gubernatorial election, attorney general race in Virginia, New Jersey, gubernatorial election, and Mamdani, New York City mayoral election. The Democrats actually the night before, so Monday night, they were, it says 12 of them here were ready to come over and reopen the government. Well, then they had a little bit of success. And they said, we're going to keep the shutdown going. Now, real quick here, somebody said that Donald Trump is speaking live. Where do you see that? Just want to make sure I don't miss anything here. Stand by now, folks. Well, I do not see Trump speaking anywhere live. Well, I sure don't see that anywhere. Yeah, I don't think so. Can I tell you something? Listen, just kind of tangentially related here. You have all of these different channels that are 24/7 re-streaming old President Trump broadcasts. And this is all old footage. It says live, but it's not. Oh, he's speaking at the NFL game. Okay, well, we can't watch that. I apologize. We're not going to tune into the NFL game. We are talking about the government shutdown tonight, though. And this is happening. They are going to be voting here any minute now. Senate is in session, and they're going to be coming on in. You know, maybe we could do... Maybe I can pull up Trump this way.
Director of Victim Services, Crime Stoppers of Houston. I was the first victim.
Okay, so I'm not sure what that is. Okay, so if it's on like the NFL or something, maybe we can't watch that. I apologize, folks. I'm gonna keep reading through this article here and let you know what is going on tonight. So anyway, it was Monday night before Tuesday night's elections that they thought that they were going to have a deal, and then they changed their minds because they had a little bit of success at the ballot box. Senator Elizabeth Warren said that the agreement coming together today would be a mistake. Senator Bernie Sanders similarly said it would be a political disaster. I can show you that here. Do I have that pulled up? Right here. Talking about tonight's deal right now, Senator Elizabeth Warren is currently going all out, desperately trying to tank, to shut down the government reopening deal tonight, right now, which currently has enough Democrats to pass in the Senate, allegedly. Senator Pocahontas had to say, quote, "It's a mistake." The far left wants it to fail so that they can keep on inflicting pain nationwide. So here's a curious consideration. You know, Senator Chuck Schumer, he has been rabid about keeping this government shutdown. We all know Chuck Schumer does not want the shutdown to come to an end. So the question remains right now, did Schumer capitulate? There it is. Did Chuck Schumer capitulate? Did he surrender? Did he agree? Is he a part of this deal making? Or, hear me out, or did the Trump administration and the Senate Republicans go over the head of Chuck Schumer? They cut him out of the equation and they started negotiating one-on-one with various Democrat senators without Chuck Schumer's explicit involvement. Did they cut him out of the dynamic altogether? We got to see. We don't know that yet. Now, what I can do real quick is I think I can... Let's see if Chuck Schumer has been saying anything on Twitter tonight or on X tonight. Mr. Schumer! There he is. Now, what have you been saying? This is 8 hours ago. Okay, so the most recent thing that Chuck Schumer had to say publicly was 8 hours ago. And it was totally unrelated to anything going on today with the shutdown. This was about something else. So maybe Chuck Schumer is involved. Maybe he's not involved. We don't know right now. We just don't know. You know what I should do? I should take this chance to pull up some super chats and talk to my super chatters before we keep laying down the law here. By the way, hold up. Wait a minute. On Rumble, we have 13 shepherds. This is a $100 Rumble super chat. My brother, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a massive one. He has a message. He says, "Thanks for being a truth voice to our nation. I so appreciate what you do each day, every day for all of us in the USA. You're awesome, Matt. God bless you and yours." You know, first off, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm doing my best. All I can do is try. I don't know. Maybe sometimes I get it wrong a little bit. I try to minimize that. It's a one-man operation. It's a one-man show. I think everybody else out here, they've got production teams and producers and editors and script writers and research teams. This is a one-man show, so I'm doing my best. So when I see support like that, everybody tuning in. If you like the video, you subscribe to it, you're tuning into the broadcast, or you're doing big super chats like that. I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Why the clickbait title, Matt? Hold up, wait a minute. What's the title? What is my title? Let me take a look. Is tonight's title clickbait? Let me pull this up. Senate votes to end the shutdown. Well, that's not clickbait. That is like literally what is going on tonight. That's what we are talking about. You're telling me this is hey, listen, this is not clickbait. That's what they're doing. That's actually a very fair portrayal of what's happening tonight. Now, anyway, I need to pull up these super chats here on YouTube because I'm falling behind on these. Let me take a minute here, folks. So, listen, if you were tuning in, just by the way, tonight they are voting to bring the shutdown to an end. Yes, that is the news of the night. This is not clickbait. Breaking news: President Trump has officially backed the Senate's plan to reopen the government. At least 10 different Democrats are on board to end the shutdown. They are voting on this tonight. We have entire Politico articles talking about this. Everybody, listen, just because you have not heard about it does not mean this is clickbait. I'm here to tell you. That's my job. I'm here to tell you. Don't get mad that I'm telling you guys something for the first time just because you haven't heard about it. That's why you're tuning into the show, so you can hear about it. And that's what's going on. Okay? And if you're still mad, then I guess you're just going to have to be mad. That's just the way it is. You just got to be mad about it. Okay, I'm trying to pull up these super chats, though. Now, where are these? I'm going to put back up the Senate up there. You know, it is day number 40 of this government shutdown. And I'll tell you why that specifically is important. Oh my gosh, we've got a lot of super chats here real quick. I'm gonna read through some of these real fast. Where do we start? Right here. This is from One Old Guy's Opinions. He said, will that bill F up any investigations being conducted over Epstein? USA is almost like EU regarding the Islamic colonial Sharia law takeover. No, you're talking about the House bill that will be passed at some point soon to try to release the Epstein stuff. No, it's going to be totally inconsequential. What it will do is command media attention. There will be a solid week very soon where everybody in the country is going to be talking about Epstein, but that's it. Nothing is actually really going to happen. It's not going to interfere, or it's not really going to have any impact other than everybody's going to be talking about it for a week. Thank you, by the way. Thank you. This is One Old Guy's Opinions. He says, all those socialist Democrats like Mamdani are not communists. They are colonial Islamists. Wake up, USA. I've told you my opinion. This is what I think. I think Mamdani should be denaturalized and deported. That's my opinion. He is publicly, he's a communist, or at least a communist supporter, publicly on his own social media. I think he should be denaturalized and deported back to Uganda. That's my opinion. Let me know if you agree with that. Maybe I'm a radical. I don't know. This is Dave Harvey. He says, how can we as Republicans find a foolproof way to show the Democrats they are being lied to about everything? All we can do is keep on trying to spread the truth and spread the message. And that's kind of what we try to do here on this show. There's a lot of other shows you guys watch on the internet, maybe some mainstream news that maybe gets it right sometimes. This is the era of alternative media. You are tuning into some alternative media right now, and I really, really do believe that the right-wing presence in the online alternative media landscape really paved the way for Trump 2016, for Trump 2020, because he won that election too, and also Trump 2024. In the absence of the internet, I do not think Trump would have won any of these elections. Our voices online, coming together, fact-checking, correcting the record, debunking all of the far left bullcrap, lies, the propaganda. I think so far, we're doing a good job. I think we are. Of course, you could always do better. That's my job. I'm trying to figure out how I could do this better. But, I couldn't do it without the support of you guys. So thank you. Thank you very much. One guy, old opinion, he's back. He says, this stupid dumbassery shutdown is a distraction to allow the useful idiots of the Democrat socialists to make way for colonial Islamists to gain votes. Yeah, we got to stop that. Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, we don't like that. Thank you very much. Alafi, he says, what are your thoughts on Rand Paul's libertarian take on reciprocal tariffs? It's starting to look like a disingenuous front to me. Something doesn't feel right with his support of the shutdown. This is my problem with Rand Paul. I have like a weird relationship with him, I guess. I want to like Rand Paul. I think I like him as a person, But I just think all of his policy points are totally stupid. I think he's totally ineffective. He's politically useless. He wouldn't know how to win or accomplish anything if he was instructed how to do it. He can't do it. It seems like his only objective is to slow down progress and slow down the Republicans and slow down the America First agenda. On like a human to human level, I'm sure I'd get along with him. We could have a beer or something. I don't know. I'm sure he's nice to talk to, but he just can't be counted on to accomplish anything. And I have just like ideologically, I have a big problem with libertarianism for a couple reasons. I'll say this because I don't want to piss off any of my libertarian viewers. In concept, in principle, libertarianism sounds great. I think in a perfect world, libertarianism is awesome. I wish we had the libertarian world and the libertarian nation, but we don't. We have a world where every other country, not all of them, but most of them, most of the other countries on this planet are looking to take advantage of our nation. We have violent criminals, we have rapists and Tren de Aragua gang members and human traffickers. These people, illegal aliens, they don't give one shit about your libertarian non-aggression principle. They don't give one shit about your libertarian valuation of property rights. They don't care about the U.S. Constitution. And so you get to a point where you say, hold up, wait a minute. We can talk about how great libertarian principles are all we want, and maybe they are great, but what do we do if the majority of the people in the country, the world, don't reciprocate those principles? What do we do if everybody else doesn't agree with us? Then we lose the country. Then we lose the Constitution. Then we lose the Republic. And so, you know, when we're talking about how to stop narco trafficking, and we're trying to stop the illegal alien invasion, and we're trying to stop China and Russia and Iran from taking advantage of our country, and we're trying to stop China from imposing hugely predatory trade tariffs, the solution to solving these problems is not libertarianism. I'm sorry. I wish we lived in the libertarian universe, but we don't. We need to stick up for ourselves, and libertarianism is not the way that it's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, the Senate is voting very soon, frankly, any minute now. We are on standby. Oh, speak of the devil here.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate recess until 8 p.m.
Without objection, Senate stands in recess till 8 p.m.
Are you kidding me? You have got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. They're going on recess for another, 90 minutes? Yeah. They are. All right, folks, we're going to be here all night. Okay, yeah, officially, there it is. Okay. All right, 20 minutes, no, because it is, on the East Coast, it is 6:38. It's another hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, another hour and 20 minutes. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna make a note here. Stand by here, folks. I just want everybody to know what's going on here. I'll say this: 8 p.m. Eastern, Senate votes to reopen the federal government. Okay, so I just want to put that up at the top of the broadcast so everybody knows exactly. You know, I'm gonna put something else here. Rumor: a deal has been achieved. There, I'll say that. Put that up there in the top left. Well, I guess we need to figure out what to talk about here, ladies and gentlemen, for the next hour or so. That's fine. That's fine. I think we do. We have a lot to talk about. I should probably finish up with these super chats here, and then I can kind of get back to talking about the news. Thank you, Alafi. Pin King says, no ending filibuster cause gun control from the Democrats. Okay, I don't want to come off as if I am attacking you, but I'm going to talk about this idea here. This is actually something that I hear a lot from people that are really big into the Second Amendment. I think a lot of us value the Second Amendment, but I specifically have heard this over the last week or two from Second Amendment guys or Second Amendment people, if you know what I mean. And so what I'm hearing is that, well, we should not nuke the filibuster now, because if we do, then the Democrats, the next time the Democrats get control of the Senate, the House, and the White House, they are going to get rid of the Second Amendment or erode our gun rights. So here's the thing that you need to understand. If the Democrats get control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, they're going to do that anyway. Whether or not we nuke the filibuster now, literally the next chance that they can, the moment they get control of the House, Senate, and the White House, they are doing that anyway. It's going to happen anyway, regardless of whether or not we nuke the filibuster. And we know that because they tried 3 years ago. They came within 2 votes of doing it. 45 of the 47 current Democrat senators are on board with nuking the filibuster, and maybe the other 2 are as well. In fact, listen, if we don't nuke the filibuster now and preemptively save the country and also undo the damage the Democrats did during the Biden era, we might lose everything as early as 2028. As early as 2028, here is the doomsday scenario. It is January 2028. There is now a Democrat in the White House. Who knows? Gavin Newsom, who knows? The Democrats have control of the House and the Senate and the White House. Governor Newsom is in office. Guess what? The first thing they're doing is going nuclear, and they are destroying the republic. We have one chance now. This is an existential crisis now. We can stop this now, but we have to go nuclear first. And once again, the first 2 times the Senate ever went nuclear was under Democrat leadership. They tried to nuke the filibuster 3 years ago. They came 99.9% of the way. They failed at the last minute because 2 Democrat senators flipped and didn't want to do it, thank God. The Democrats kicked those 2 senators out of the party, tried to replace them because they weren't towing the party line. We know for a fact this is going to happen anyway. We have a chance to stop it now, but we have to go nuclear. So this notion, no ending the filibuster because gun control from the Democrats, they are going to do it anyway. They have promised as such. They are the ones telling us they're going to do it. In fact, if you don't believe me, here is a photo compilation of current Democrat senators: Cory Booker, Klobuchar, Tina Smith, Blumenthal, Elizabeth Warren, Padilla, Schiff, Hickenlooper. This is a photo compilation of them talking about nuking the filibuster publicly on Twitter. As if the fact that they all voted for this 3 years ago isn't enough. 48 of them voted to nuke the filibuster a couple years ago. They are going to do this. 100%, they have promised they're going to do this. So no, I have to say fundamentally, I totally disagree. We need to nuke the filibuster now. We have to do it. Now, where did my, there it is. We got to nuke it. We need to nuke the filibuster. And on this issue, I stand with President Trump. President Trump is kind of waving the banners here. President Trump is pushing all these Republicans, nuke the filibuster. I agree with him wholeheartedly. I support my president. I'm with him. Actually says, I can see Democrats keeping the shutdown just so it eats up the tariff revenues. They are so against seeing Trump succeed, let alone reduce our deficit. Their pride for whatever they have turned. So here's the thing. I think the Democrats know that every single day this shutdown goes on, the further it goes, the likelihood increases of the Republicans nuking the filibuster. The Republicans don't want to nuke the filibuster right now. I wish they did. I wish they did. I wish they would do it now. I wish they did it yesterday. But many of them don't want to do it right now. However, every single day this shutdown continues on, I think more and more of them are coming around. And that is the last thing. The last thing the Democrats want is for the Republicans to nuke the filibuster. And I think they're getting scared of that because Trump is putting a lot of public pressure on this, on these Republicans to nuke it. So that's kind of where I think we are. I think the Senate Democrats are getting a little bit worried. In fact, I wonder if there's something that I can quickly show you folks. I have an image here. Yeah. Okay, this is the current head count where the Senate Republicans stand on the filibuster. 9 of them publicly so far in the last couple weeks are open to nuking it. Boozman, Banks, Cornyn, Hawley, Tuberville, Johnson, Justice, Marshall, Moreno. These are the Senate Republicans. These ones over here do not want to do it. What is this, 24 of them? They do not want to nuke the filibuster. I believe this image was put together 3 days ago. So as of 3 days ago, these 24 don't want to do it. These, what is this, 11? These ones over here they're non-committal. Maybe they're on the fence. And then these ones over here, 9 Republican senators in the yellow, they actually haven't responded. We don't know, meaning we don't know how they feel. But as you might have noticed here, President Trump has been putting an absolutely insane amount of pressure on these Senate Republicans, nuke the filibuster. He's been on Truth Social every single day. If Republicans kill the filibuster, they sail to victory for many years to come. If they don't, disaster waiting to happen. And he's absolutely right. President Trump is absolutely right. President Trump said, just say no, nuclear option, terminate the filibuster. He's absolutely right. President Trump said, Republicans, terminate the filibuster and bring back the American dream. If you don't do it, the Democrats will, and you will never see office again. President Donald J. Trump. And he is absolutely right. He posted again, Republicans, terminate the filibuster, get back to passing legislation and voter reform. President Donald J. Trump. And he is absolutely right. And he's absolutely right. Guys, I have to say, those of you that are posting clickbait in the chat, this is like the least clickbait broadcast of all time. Literally, the Senate tonight, they just had a delay. They delayed by 90 minutes, so it's going to be 8 p.m. Eastern. This broadcast is quite literally, definitively, terminologically, not clickbait. This is what they are doing. Tonight, they are voting to end the government shutdown. That is what is happening tonight. We're having tons of reports come out that a deal has been struck. That is what is going on. We've got article after article after article coming out. This one right there. In fact, you know what? Let me continue reading through this. I wonder if we have any live updates here. Yeah, maybe I should just ignore them. Yeah, maybe I should just ignore them. You're right. But you know what? To be fair, we do have about an hour to kill because the Senate delayed. So we can afford to make a little bit of small talk here tonight, given the delay. Beautiful, beautiful. Is this the roof of the Senate? No, this is the rotunda. I was going to say, how do I get rid of this? There we go. No, this is not the Senate chamber. This is the rotunda, I believe. Beautiful architecture, neoclassical. So Senator Elizabeth Warren said earlier today that if the Democrats flip over and vote alongside the Republicans to reopen the government, it would be a mistake, says Elizabeth Warren. She does not want the government to reopen. Bernie Sanders also, he echoed the same sentiment. He said this would be a political disaster if the government reopens. Oh, Bernie Sanders. Congressional Progressive Caucus Chair Greg Casar, Democrat from Texas, Casar, also slammed the tentative Senate deal. He said, accepting nothing but a pinky promise from Republicans isn't a compromise, it's a capitulation. Now, I'm going to try to pull this off from memory here. I believe this continuing resolution that we are trying to pass right now, that might end up getting passed tonight, that is going to reopen the government. This continuing resolution, it's temporary. It's only brief. It's not like a 1-year-long budget or a 2-year-long or 4-year-long budget. I believe it's only 3 months. And if you can give me a second here, maybe I can actually find this here. So I believe that it is HR 5371. House Resolution 5371. Yeah, this is the one. I've got this. That's how you know I'm talking so much about this shutdown, is that I actually have the House Resolution bill memorized in the back of my brain. So it's House Resolution 5371. Okay, so how much longer would this keep open the government? Let me see here. We did have about a 90-minute delay, folks. And what I mean by that is Senate Leader John Thune came out on the Senate floor about 10 minutes ago. If I can, maybe I was going to try to show you.
Recess till 8 p.m.
Yeah, this is him here. So we were ready to have this vote, and then Senate Leader John Thune came out and said, okay, we actually are going to need 90 more minutes. We need 90 more minutes, folks. And so that is where we are. And that puts us at 8 p.m. Eastern. We are on standby. Uh-huh. I'm trying to get some clarifying information here. Yeah. Well, I can't find it there. Curious. Anyway, 51 Democrat senators vote for mandatory boosters. Yeah, we don't like that. Not good. Not a fan of that. I will say, listen, if you are spamming the live chat, you should not do that. Listen, it is effectively a fate worse than death. If I catch any of you copy-paste spamming the live chat, you know what I do? I don't time you out, 20 minutes, 1 hour. There's a button I can press. Take a look at this. Here, I'm not going to do it, but I'll show you what it looks like. I can click this button. It says, hide user on channel. What that means is nobody can see what you're posting ever again. Now, you can keep on posting. You think you're posting. You think everybody can see what you're saying, but nobody can. Nobody else can see what you're posting. So it's almost like you're in purgatory. It's like a fate worse than death. You're just you're like shadow banned. So do not do it. So do not spam the chat. That's my one rule. I really don't care if you guys know I don't really tell you guys what you say and what you can't say. You can call me a big fat dumb idiot. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. But do not spam the channel. Do not spam it. Don't do it. Censorship? Yeah, it is. It is censorship. A little bit. Just a little bit. Matt is gay. There you go. There you go. That's the spirit. There you go. See, that's fine. You can call me gay. You just can't spam. You just can't spam it. Now, we have a super chat here from, this is from, who is this? This is from CAGNHD. Says, this is not clickbait. Sydney Sweeney has great genes. It's true. She's got good genes. That's true. That is true. I'm sure you all saw that little interview she did the other day. She just doesn't care. I really do. I feel like in a lot of ways, I feel like the era of white guilt has kind of come to an end. Even if you just rewind 5 years, you don't even have to go back 10 years. Go back 10 years, 15, 20 years. You know, as a white person, you were kind of taught, you were expected to be apologetic and self-deprecating. Now it's like, dude, I love being white. White people are great. I love white people. White people are awesome. I'm white and I'm proud. It's awesome. My white ancestors are awesome. They're cool. White people built this country. White people have built pretty much all the good countries. We love it. We love white people. It doesn't mean you hate any other people. But this kind of era of hating yourself because you're white, we don't do that anymore. We're not doing that anymore. No, thank you. Okay, so I'll tell you what, listen, I was not expecting this Senate to delay this voting process by 90 minutes. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look around the web here and see if we have any other little tidbits of information coming through the grapevine. Oh, look at this. Wait a minute. Okay, so I have footage here of President Trump speaking at tonight's football game. Where was this? This was the Lions versus the Commanders. And it says that President Trump got booed by a bunch of anti-American freaks, and they booed him when he was swearing in new members of the U.S. military. Oh, that's terrible. Can I pull this up? Let me play the clip here. It's just disrespectful. He showed up to the game. He's swearing in these new service members. Like, really? And you're gonna boo him while he's doing that?
The Constitution of the United States. Against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will bear true faith.
There you have it. Well, isn't that something else? Uh-huh. So where was that football game? That was the Commanders versus the Lions. That was in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. Okay. Well, by the way, speaking of Washington, D.C., in case some of you did not get the memo, if the Democrats ever get control of the House, Senate, and the White House, and they nuke the filibuster, and they will, they've promised that they will, you know what the Democrats are going to do to Washington, D.C.? President Trump cleaned up the streets of D.C. The Democrats, after nuking the filibuster, have promised to make a state out of Washington, D.C., so that the Democrats in the Senate can get 2 more senators and a couple more House reps, maybe 1 or 2 more House reps. They're going to try to pack the Senate and pack the House. And not just with D.C., but also Puerto Rico. The Democrats are talking about making Puerto Rico into a state, so they can have 2 more senators and God knows how many more congressional House reps. They have also talked about nuking the filibuster so that they can pack the Supreme Court with God knows how many more Supreme Court justices. They've tried to do that in the past. As a little reminder, once again, they actually came very, very close. They came 99.9% of the way to doing this in 2022, when they had 48 out of 50 Democrat senators vote yes to nuke the filibuster. 2 of them did not. They came very close. Very, very close. This country could have gone an entirely different way if Manchin and Sinema had voted alongside party lines. Now, there was something I wanted to show you folks here. Oh, take a look at this. Everybody's favorite president, Barack Obama. If you don't believe me what I'm talking about here, I'm going to play this clip. Just take a listen to this clip here. It's only 45 seconds long. Take a listen.
By guaranteeing that every American citizen has equal representation in our government, including the American citizens who live in Washington, D.C. and in Puerto Rico.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Somebody in the live chat said, imagine actually believing this shit. Listen, Steve Jones, to be clear, this is a matter of historical fact. In 2022, 48 out of 50 Democrat senators voted. They voted. This is not speculation. They did vote to nuke the filibuster. The only reason they did not is because 2 of the 50, Manchin and Sinema, voted to not nuke the filibuster. Following that vote, the Democrats were so pissed off, the Democrat establishment, they were so upset at Manchin and Sinema for betraying the party line that they primaried these 2 Democrat senators out of their own party. They kicked them out of the party. They tried to replace them with even more radically progressive Democrat senators so that at some point in the future, they can nuke the filibuster. There's nothing speculative about that. All of that is a matter of historical fact. You also have this. Take a listen to Barack Obama. I'm going to play this.
By guaranteeing that every American citizen has equal representation in our government, including the American citizens who live in Washington, D.C. and in Puerto Rico. They're Americans. By ending some of the partisan gerrymandering so that all voters have the power to choose their politicians, not the other way around. And if all this takes eliminating the filibuster, another Jim Crow relic, in order to secure the God-given rights of every American, then that's what we should do.
So, Steve, Back to Steve Jones in the chat. When you've got 48 out of 50 Democrat senators voting to nuke the filibuster in 2022, you've got Barack Obama explicitly 5 years ago talking about nuking the filibuster to make states out of D.C. and Puerto Rico. How are you going to tell me that all of this is made up Republican propaganda? They are literally doing it. They are the ones telling us that they are going to do this. They are very explicitly saying, when we get back in power, we are going to nuke the filibuster. We are going to pack the Supreme Court. We are going to make states out of D.C. and Puerto Rico. We are going to reopen the border. We are going to allow another 25 million illegal aliens in the country. The Democrats, the Democrat leadership, they are the ones. I'm not making this up to spread some type of Fox News propaganda. The Democrats are explicitly the ones that are saying this. This is not Fox News propaganda or whatever you're trying to say this is. We're living in reality over here. And we know what the stakes are. And once again, says Matt Morris brought the receipts. Once again, here is a photo compilation of senior ranking Democrat senators talking about nuking the filibuster publicly on Twitter. Let's see what Amy Klobuchar had to say. Amy Klobuchar said, "It's pretty simple. Unless we get rid of the filibuster, we're going to sit around admiring a lot of problems and sending a lot of tweets. Instead, we should get something done." Is that Fox News propaganda? Senator Klobuchar? Democrat Senator Tina Smith, she said, "I've made up my mind. We need to move this country forward, and that's why I've decided to come out in support of eliminating the filibuster." Is that Fox News propaganda? Is that? Senator Cory Booker, what did he say? He said, "We have changed the filibuster before, and we must change it again to preserve the right to vote in America." So Booker wants to nuke the filibuster. Is that Fox News propaganda? And it's we have, I don't know how many. In fact, let's do a little. Can we do a little grokking real quick? I'm going to grok. Because like I said, we have about an hour before the Senate reopens here. And we're going to be here all night. We're going to cover all this. Take a look at this. How many of the current 47 Senate Democrats have publicly talked about removing the Senate filibuster or have voted in the past to remove the filibuster? Just out of curiosity. Concise answer. Let's see. We are grokking. Now we are grokking, ladies and gentlemen. 45 out of the 47 Senate Democrats have either publicly advocated for filibuster reform or elimination of the filibuster altogether, or have voted to get rid of the filibuster. Is this Fox News propaganda? Once again, keep in mind, this was in 2022, 3 years ago. 48 of the 50 Senate Democrats voted to nuke the filibuster. They tried, and they came very close to doing it. They came very close. This is not Republican propaganda. This is top of the ticket. This is what the Democrats want to do. They want to nuke the filibuster. They want to pack the court, the Supreme Court. They want to pack the Senate. They want to pack the House, is what they want to do by making Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. states. Take a look at this. Aaron Worley says, oh, Aaron has gifted 5 community memberships over here on YouTube. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. That's huge. We also have a big super chat over here in Rumble. Shout out the Rumble viewers. Wounds R Us says, clickbait is what Benny Johnson does. Love what you do and your beautiful wife, even if we don't see her often enough. I know you're a one-man show and volunteer to be a mod for free. Okay, maybe someday I need to figure out some more moderators. Maybe one of these days. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. About Benny Johnson, I don't know. I don't watch a whole lot of Benny Johnson. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but about the clickbait, I'm not sure. Here's what I'll tell you. I'm starting to piece something together. I have an idea here, folks, that I would like to share with you. I think anybody in the chat, in the live chat right now, that is trying to say, no, Matt Morris, the Democrats, they're not going to nuke the filibuster. The Democrats don't want to nuke the filibuster. I think anybody saying that in the live chat, I think you are a Democrat. I think you're trying to gaslight us into not doing it ourselves. I think right now the Democrats are absolutely petrified that the Republicans are going to grow some balls, they're going to grow a spine, they're going to nuke the filibuster, save the country before the Democrats can do it. And you know, they've tried. We're going to do it before the Democrats can, at which point they will destroy the country. So I think we have in the live chat, then I think maybe we have some far left propagandists in the chat trying to deceive us, manipulate us, trying to gaslight us into not believing our own very eyes. 3 years ago, we saw 48 of them vote to do it. And they're in the chat saying, no, that didn't happen. No, that didn't happen. Yes, it did. Yes, it actually did. Sure did. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have 54 minutes here until Senate is back in session. So, you know, in a good, let's be positive here. Why? We haven't talked about this. The Senate ended its recess session at 6. They came up for 20 minutes, then they shut back down again. Now they kicked the can down the road down to 8 p.m. That's an hour from now. Why did they do that? Why did they take another 90-minute recess? Why did they do that? Maybe they're making deals. Maybe they are on the cusp of finalizing a deal, some type of negotiation. Maybe they're on the cusp of going nuclear. Maybe the deal fell through. The Republicans said, all right, we're going back into recess for 90 minutes. And what we're going to do now is go nuclear. I don't know. Either way, can I ban the spammer? Is there a spammer here? I'm looking. Hold up. Pause. I'm looking for him. Well, maybe I don't see him. I will say, just do not spam the chat. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do not do it. Hey, Matt, asking for a friend. Can you explain what the filibuster is and why it's such a big deal? You know, that's probably worth explaining. I feel like every day I explain that. You know, I guess it's kind of complex. So I think it is worth continuing to explain. So right now, in order to pass in the Senate, in order to pass most pieces of legislation through the Senate, you need to have 60 votes. And the reason why is because, how can I put this? Normally, you really only need 50 votes plus one. You can have a tiebreaker. Vice President J.D. Vance could step in and break a 50-50 split. But there is a Senate maneuver called the filibuster. The filibuster bumps up the threshold to pass most bills from 50 plus one all the way up to 60. Now, that 60-vote filibuster threshold that is needed to pass most bills, that's actually self-imposed. The Senate imposed that rule on themselves. It's an imaginary rule. At any point, the Senate could get rid of that rule. A simple majority in the Senate could get rid of that rule. You need 51 votes to get rid of that filibuster rule. So it's very curious. It almost doesn't make sense at all. It's almost nonsensical. Right now in the Senate, you need 60 votes because of the filibuster to pass almost every type of bill. But if you've got 51 votes, you can get rid of the filibuster, at which point you only need 50 votes. I'm trying to find this spammer. It's Michael's mom. Okay, I'm just going to time this person out for 24 hours if you're spamming. Okay, there you go. And so what can happen right now is, like, the Senate Republicans, they are not really able to pursue any of President Trump's America First policy points right now. And the reason why is because the Democrats are totally unwilling to work with them to do that. There are 53 Senate Republicans. You need 60 votes to pass almost anything. And the Democrats are not willing to pass any piece of Trump's America First legislation. However, if we were to get rid of the filibuster, if the Senate Republicans were to get rid of the filibuster, at which point you wouldn't need 60 votes, you would only need 50 votes plus one, then they could pass as much America First legislation as they wanted to their heart's content, which is what we should do. But the Senate Republicans are scared of the precedent. They're scared it's going to impact them in midterms. They're scared of the long-term consequences, but that's kind of the way the filibuster works. Do we have more spammers? I don't see them. That's fine. Whatever. Anyway, that is kind of the dynamic at hand here. And so President Trump has gotten fed up. President Trump is saying, listen, Republicans, you got to grow a spine, nuke the filibuster, get rid of it, drop that vote threshold down from 60 down to 50, and we can save the country. We can fix the country up. We can do what we want. And the Democrats, this is the point I've been trying to make all night, is that the Democrats have already tried to do this. The Democrats in 2022 tried to nuke the filibuster. They came very close to doing it. They had 50 votes in the Senate plus the Vice President Kamala Harris. If they had 50 out of 50 plus Vice President Kamala Harris, they could have done it. However, 2 Democrat senators in 2022, Manchin and Sinema, said, we're not going to do it. And so their attempt to nuke the filibuster failed. Now, the Democrat establishment, they were livid at Manchin and Sinema for not voting alongside party lines to nuke that filibuster in 2022. So I kid you not, the Democrat establishment, they actually kicked Manchin and Sinema out of their own party. They purged them effectively. They primaried their own senators. They kicked them out. I'm going to time this person out also. There you go. Okay, perfect. There you go. We seem to have some rabble rousers in the chat. I'm looking for rabble rousers. If you're spamming, I'm going to shut you down. Imagine my job. I'm trying to explain how the filibuster works, and also I'm playing whack-a-mole with people that need to be banned or whatever. It's a tough job. It's all in a day's work. That's the way that it goes. And so anyway, right now in about 49 minutes, the Senate recess is over. The senators are reconvening, and there will be a vote on whether or not to reopen the government. The reason why we are live tonight, the reason why we are doing tonight's emergency broadcast is because word on the block is that a deal has been struck. A deal has been struck here, and some of the Senate Democrats are going to come on over and vote alongside the Republicans now to reopen the government. Now, I have a super chat here. This is from Diversified Company. Don't trust Grok. It's worse than ChatGPT. I made ChatGPT write its own confession, published it on Amazon. We try to spread the word whenever we can. The book, How ChatGPT Tried to Kill Me, on Amazon. I don't know what any of that is, but like I said, this happened. Grok is right about this. I wouldn't have asked Grok that question if I did not already know the answer. That was more of a visual experiment here to bring you guys along. I already knew the answer to the question I asked. I already knew the answer. Also, just like I feel like I'm living in crazy land. Literally 3 years ago in 2022, 48 of the 50 Senate Democrats voted to nuke the filibuster. That's not imaginary. That's not Grok or ChatGPT. That is a fact of American history that happened 3 years ago. We all have a pretty good memory. That's not fake news. And we know right now for a fact, once again, that 45 out of the 47 Senate Democrats are on board with nuking the filibuster. We know that. That is similarly a fact. Sam in Rumble, he says you need 60 votes to end debate, then 50 plus 1 to pass legislation. That's right, but you can't end debate unless you get over the filibuster or have the 60 votes. That's the holdup. You're right about that. And this is where the nuclear option comes in. And President Trump has been very explicit over the past week, 2 weeks. President Trump has been very explicit. Nuke the filibuster. President Trump has made up his mind. Senate Republicans, it is time to get rid of the filibuster. But a lot of the Senate Republicans don't want to go along with his plan. And so this is my personal opinion. Everybody, you're welcome to have your own opinion. This is what I think the relationship should be between Trump and the Senate Republicans. If Trump says jump, they should say how high. Their job, their sole and exclusive job, as far as I am concerned, this is my opinion, their job is to help President Trump pass and push forward his America First agenda in the form of congressionally approved legislation. If they fail to do that, then as far as I'm concerned, they are failing the Republic. They are failing me. They're failing me as a Trump voter. I'm a Trump voter. If you don't push forward Trump's agenda, you are failing me at a minimum. I would say also all of us Donald Trump voters. I don't really care about the senators. Let me say this. The degree to which I care about these Republican senators is the degree to which they help President Trump push forth the America First agenda, which I voted for. That is I have no loyalty to John Thune. I don't give a shit about John Thune. I have no loyalty to Rand Paul or whoever else in the Senate. I like Trump. I voted for Trump. Do what he says. John Thune, do what he says. If Trump wants to pass America First legislation, you, John Thune, make that happen. And if you don't, you are a failure. That's how I interact with this whole dynamic here. That's what I care about. And so I'm going to pull up the little visual here right now. I want to give you a head count. So President Trump for 2 weeks now has been saying, Republican senators, go nuclear. It's time to go nuclear. Go nuclear. And as things currently stand, only 9 of them have agreed to do so. And that's Boozman, Banks, Cornyn, Hawley, Tuberville, Johnson, Justice, Marshall, and Moreno. We have, 24 over here on the left that as of 3 days ago, this image here was put together 3 days ago. So it's a 3-day-old head count, but as of 3 days ago, 24 of these Republican senators have said, no, we don't want to do it. We have a couple of them, 9 of them, that are non-responsive. They haven't issued a public response. And then some of them are like, maybe not. I'm not sure. So as much as I wish this nuclear option would be invoked, it seems like as things currently stand, it's not going to happen. It also, this is the main topic of tonight's broadcast. It seems like a deal has been reached. It seems like the government is going to reopen tonight. It seems like some of the Democrat senators have come over and they have agreed to some type of deal or negotiation, and the government will reopen tonight. So if it does, that is going to, frankly, take some of the pressure off of going nuclear, to be frank. My opinion here is I think we should go nuclear regardless. Whether or not whether or not the government is shut down, if it remains shut down, if it opens up tonight or otherwise, we should go nuclear anyway. We should go nuclear anyway. Otherwise, we are, in all likelihood, we're looking at 3 solid years of Trump not being able to legislatively codify any of his America First policy points. If the Senate Republicans do not go nuclear, we will have 3 years of Trump's America First policy not being legislatively locked in. I don't want that. I want all of it to be locked in. That's what I want. And then you have this issue on the back burner here where we know for a fact, this is inarguable. This is a fact of the matter. The second the Democrats regain control of the White House, the House of Representatives, and the Senate, they will go nuclear themselves and they will pass. You want to talk about America first? Let's talk about America last. That is the Democrat policy, is America last. The Democrats will go nuclear. Could be 3 years, could be 7 years, could be 11 years. Who knows when it's going to happen? But whenever the Democrats regain control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, it has to be all 3 of them at the same time, they will go nuclear and they will pass America last policy point, America last, America last, America last, and they will legislatively codify it. And then what's going to happen? Let's say this is 11 years from now. Let's say it takes the Democrats 11 years to regain control of the House, the Senate, and the White House. It's not if, it's when. So let's say it's 11 years. Democrats have control House, Senate, and the White House. They nuke the filibuster, and they're passing America last policy after America last policy. You know what conversation we are going to be having 11 years from now? God forbid 3 years from now. At some point in the future, you know what conversation all of us are going to be having here? We're going to be saying, man, I wished we listened to President Trump. Oh, man, remember that time in 2025 when we had an opportunity? Remember that time in 2025 when we did have the House, the Senate, and the White House, and President Trump was railing every single day to go nuclear, and the Senate Republicans didn't do it? Man, I wish we did that. Man, what a mistake. What a missed opportunity. Because now the year is 2031. The Democrats have control of the country, and they nuked the filibuster. Oh, they did it. As if that's a surprise. We already know they're going to do it. And then the country's over. Then the republic is over. Then the republic is done. It's over. This is my personal opinion. Like seriously, as far as I'm concerned, I normally don't make like bombastic statements like this, but as far as I'm concerned, if you are a conservative right-wing commentator, podcaster, YouTuber, rumbler, whatever, if you have any amount of influence in the conservative media ecosystem, and you are not every single day pushing for the nuclear option, you are failing in your role. You're failing at your job, as far as I'm concerned. So if there are any conservative or right-wing America First commentators that are not actively pushing for nuclear option every single day, 24/7, that's what I've been doing. Listen, in a lot of ways, the blood of the republic is going to be on their hands. It's going to be on a lot of people's hands, most certainly on these Republican senators, because it's only a matter of time before the Democrats do it. We have a chance. We have a chance to stop that from happening, but it's got to happen now. It's got to happen now. We got to save the republic now. Goodness. Now, folks, we have 40 minutes. 40 minutes here until the Senate recess comes to an end. Like, guys, I really cannot. Well, you guys are tuning into my show every single day. As far as I'm concerned, this is a go. The conversation of whether or not the Republican senators should go nuclear right now and listen to President Trump, listen to the president. This is a do or die, existential, save the republic moment. This is not, like just flippant, meaningless conversation. This is, we have a chance to save the republic, literally, and if we do not, the republic is dead. That is genuinely and sincerely how I feel about this. I feel like the stakes are, they've never been higher. If we don't act now, if the Senate Republicans do not act now, it's over. I genuinely believe that. And this is why every single day, 10 times a day on my Twitter account, I'm posting about this on Twitter. I've dedicated God knows how many videos talking about this. God knows how many live broadcasts talking about this. Every single day. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the word on the block, in fact, we have pretty reliable sources here indicating, and I can tell you the sources here in a minute. We've got the news that the Senate Democrats and the Senate Republicans have agreed to a deal to reopen the government tonight. That the government is going to be reopened tonight, that a deal has been struck. The Senate is in recess for another, half hour or so. There's a reason why we are doing this emergency broadcast here tonight to watch this play out. It seems like a deal has been struck. Of course, we have had deals fall through last minute. That happened Monday night, about a week ago. So I suppose, you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch, but there is a reason why we are here tonight. There is a reason why we are here tonight. Seems like the government shutdown is coming to an end. Seeing some of the clickbait comments in the live chat, it always is so funny. I'm sitting here like, how many times do I have to be right before people stop saying that I'm clickbaiting? Ladies and gentlemen, how many times do I have to be correct about something that's going to happen and people say, Matt Morse, clickbait. And then if you just wait a half hour or you wait an hour, then it ends up coming true. It's like time and time again. Matt Morse is clickbaiting, and then everybody waits 30 minutes, and then guess what? It happens. And then it happens. It's not happening. I'm not clickbaiting. The word on the block is we've got a deal. We've got a deal here tonight. In fact, I think probably the two biggest sources that there is in fact a deal that has been struck is actually Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. And the reason why I say that, Elizabeth Warren tonight, right now, is publicly freaking out, talking about how it would be a mistake to make this deal. She does not want the Democrats to make a deal with the Republicans. Elizabeth Warren is freaking out about this right now. Why is Elizabeth Warren freaking out about a deal if there is no deal? Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Similarly for Bernie Sanders. Why would Bernie Sanders be freaking out about the prospect of a deal being made tonight and the government shutdown coming to an end tonight if the government shutdown were not going to come to an end tonight and if a deal had not been struck? Why would he be freaking out right now? It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? No, it doesn't. And so, yeah, the point is Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, they are radically progressive. They do not want the shutdown to come to an end. They are loving the shutdown. They want the shutdown to continue, is what they want. Oh, my Lord, goodness gracious. We have a massive super chat over on Rumble. This is from Light B Key. This $100 super chat on Rumble. He says, love your work, Matt. I believe, as you do, that the Republican Congress is there to support the POTUS and that we must nuke the filibuster now. More power to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think most people agree, I think, with us that we need to nuke the filibuster. Real quick, yes or no? Yes or no? We should nuke the filibuster. We should nuke the filibuster. Yes or no? And I'm just going to kind of eyeball. I'm looking at Rumble chat. I'm looking at YouTube chat. I'm going to eyeball this. I think most people agree, yes, we should. I think most Republicans kind of understand what is at play here, what the stakes are, what the dynamic here is. I think most Republicans are like, yeah, we got to nuke this. We got to nuke it. Press the nuclear launch button. Punch in the launch codes. Okay, so I'm looking at the YouTube chat. I'm looking at the Rumble chat. Now the feedback is coming in. This is like 95% yes. 95, maybe 99% yes. We have some YouTube super chats here. I'll take a look at these. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in tonight. It's going to be a big night. I'm telling you, it's going to be a big night. If you ask me if the government is shut down, then they should not be paid. I think that's another thing. We all agree about that, too. Air traffic control is the most stressful job on earth, and they are door dashing to make rent. You are right. You're right. Right and right and right. Check all those boxes. You're right about all of that. You are right about all of that. You know what? Actually, hold up. Wrong. You're wrong. You are wrong. Not only should any of the senators that are voting no not get paid, they should owe us money. Every single day that this government is shut down, Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats, not only should they not get paid, they should owe us money. I want a check personally written from Chuck Schumer to me on my doorstep tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm not going to be happy. But yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. This is Aaron Worley. He says, this trucker says, go nuclear, all about saving the country. It really is do or die. It really is a do or die moment. And I'm very happy that everybody kind of is on the same page here. I'm happy everybody gets it. This doesn't really seem to be a controversial issue. It seems like everybody's on the same page. Thank you, Mr. Worley. Keep on trucking. Keep on trucking, brother. Thank you very much. The Senate recess is over in 32 minutes on a Sunday night. 32 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in tonight. It's kind of out of my control. You know, the reason I went live today, when I went live with today's broadcast, is because I saw, Senate's coming out of recess at 6 p.m. Eastern. Well, they came out of recess for 20 minutes, and then John Thune came out and said, actually, we need 90 more minutes of recess. Okay, thank you, Senator Thune. So we do have to stall a little bit here tonight. John Thune came out and said, actually, we are going to need 90 more minutes of recess. What do you think they're doing on recess? You think they're playing dodgeball? You think they're playing kickball out there? Out behind the school? We're going to need 90 minutes of recess. And so here we are. We've got 30 more minutes. I see Death Dealer. He says, we need to instate term limits for all of our government leaders. You know what? If we would nuke the filibuster, we actually might have a chance at pushing term limits in Congress. That might happen. Still, though, you would need 50 senators to vote to impose term limits. I mean, think about this. This is the problem with trying to push for term limits in the House and in the Senate, is the people that you would need to vote to impose the term limits are the people whose terms would be limited. Do you think a bunch of senators and congressional House reps are going to vote to limit their own power? Are they going to vote away their own political power? And maybe even their own paycheck, their own career? Because a lot of them, these are career politicians. We saw Nancy Pelosi. She's going to be retiring from the House here. She's been in the House since 1854. So she's been in there a long time. She is a lifelong politician. It's a career politician. So are these folks in the House and the Senate, are they ever going to relinquish their own careers, access to insider information? No. I wish they would. Of course, I'm with you. I wish they would, and I wish we did have term limits. But I'm not holding my breath. That's my problem. It is it's funny. The reason why our very intelligent founding fathers did not include term limits in the U.S. Constitution is because, as far as they were concerned, there would never be anyone insane or evil or power hungry enough to want to be in Congress for 50 years, let alone 20 or 15 or whatever. It's kind of like, do your job. You're in, like, contribute for a couple years and then leave. Like, go in, do your job. It's a form of public service, and then you leave. And then somebody else has a turn. That was kind of how this was designed. That was the intent, at least. But very quickly, turned out we actually do have a bunch of power-hungry freaks in this country, like Nancy Pelosi, that want to be in there for 193 million years. Nancy Pelosi was in Congress when dinosaurs were walking around. Nancy Pelosi was in Congress during the Jurassic era. She was serving under President Tyrannosaurus. President Tyrannosaurus Rex was our president at the time. It was a long time ago. A long, long time ago. And so right now, just because we have about 25 minutes or so, I'm taking a look. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I have an inside source. Breaking news here. This is a trustworthy, reliable source. Take it from me. I have vetted my sources over the years. Enough Democrat votes to be secured in Senate to pass the bill to end the shutdown. This update was posted 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago. Enough Democrat votes have been secured to put an end to the shutdown. So listen, I'm not a vindictive guy, but later tonight, give it an hour, give it 90 minutes, 2 hours at most, who knows? If/when this government shutdown comes to an end later tonight, do you think these people in the live chat saying, oh, clickbait, are they going to come back and apologize? Do you think? No, they're not. I'm not going to sit here expecting any apologies, but deep down, we're all going to know. We are all going to know. We'll see. Or not. Or maybe the deal falls through. Like I said a minute ago, we have had deals fall through, to be totally honest. We have seen deals fall through in the past. We were on the cusp. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Fox News is reporting as of 15 seconds ago. Breaking news, Fox News. Republicans and enough Senate Democrats have reached a deal to end the government shutdown after 40 days. A source familiar to Fox News. Breaking. Key Senate Democrats and Republicans have reached a deal to reopen the government. This was posted now 60 seconds ago, 1 minute ago. Imagine that. Really? Wow. Imagine that, right? What are the odds? What are the odds of that? So can I tell you something here, ladies and gentlemen? I'm gonna put this up on the big screen. Get this image up here. There we go. Put that up there, front and center. You guys know I've been reading through the Old Testament. I'm reading the Bible for the first time in my life, and I finished last night. I finished the book of Samuel. You're not going to believe this. There's actually 2 books of Samuel. I finished the first one. Now I got to read the second one, and I'm going cover to cover. And so I'll tell you what I know. This number, I don't know. I mean, it's almost biblical. It's almost prophetic, if you can call it that. The government shut down 40 days, and it ended on the 40th day. Well, in the Bible, Old Testament and New, this number 40, it's kind of a big deal. Moses was on the Mount for 40 days. The Hebrews, after Exodus, after leaving Egypt, they wandered in the wilderness for 40 years. Jesus Christ, he was in the wilderness fasting for 40 days as well, similarly. After Jesus resurrected, he came to his disciples in visions for 40 days after he resurrected. So this number 40 days, 40 years, 40 days, 40 days, 40, it's like all over the place, right? Have you noticed that, or am I the only one? It's all over the place. And so, I don't know, I just can't help. I don't know. Probably doesn't mean anything. I don't know. Who knows? Government shutdown, 40 days, right? Who knows? I don't know. Just kind of the number pops out. Can't help but notice the number, I guess. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the Senate is on recess here for the next, 24 minutes. 24 minutes. We have another clip of Donald Trump earlier tonight. Can I play this real fast? What is this one? At the football game. He's calling the kid over. Look at that. Okay, you guys got to tell me. I'm a little bit ignorant on this. So the Commanders, this is like not a real football team. It's not real. It's not an NFL team. Who are the Commanders? I'm sorry, I'm not a football guy. I apologize. It's funny because I used to play football back in middle school and high school. But man, I can't find the time to watch it. So the Commanders are it's like a U.S. military football team or what? Or is it an actual NFL team? Oh, it is an NFL team. Oh, it's the Reds. Okay, that's why I don't recognize. I'm like, man, who are the Commanders? I don't recognize the name. The Redskins. That's why. Okay, that's why. I wasn't up to date on the DEI woke terminology. I think we got to call them the Redskins. Back in my day, I sound old. I sound so old. Back in my day, they were called the Redskins. And I used to buy a chocolate bar for 5 cents down at the general store back in my day. Okay, so now they're called the Commanders. Okay. I was like, yeah, I've never heard that name before. I don't know what the hell team that is. There you have it. So they're playing the Detroit Lions. I know about the Detroit Lions. Okay. You learn something new every day. At least you try. You try to learn something new every day. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I saw somebody ask in the live chat here, there was a question, what is the nature of this deal that has been struck? Well, I'll tell you, there's good news and there's bad news. I want to get the exact terminology here for you. The nature of the deal that seems to have been struck tonight, and this is all rumor mill. We don't know the exact details, but I can kind of give you an idea maybe here. So we are talking about passing the pre-existing, already House-passed continuing resolution. So they're not adding anything new to this continuing resolution. That's the good news. This is the clean budget, the clean CR. We've all talked. This is the CR we've been talking about for 40 days now. It already got passed through the House. It's a continuation of the budget as it has been. They're not messing with that. It's still clean. Nothing changes there. That's the good news. The bad news is that it seems like in order to get some of the Democrats to hop on over and vote for that clean CR, is that after the government is reopened, then the Republicans have to come to the table and work out a new deal after reopening the government. And the deal is going to relate in some degree to the Affordable Care, the ACA subsidies. And in the Affordable Care Act, there are all different types of subsidies, like dozens or hundreds of them. It's very nuanced and nitty-gritty. And so we don't know exactly which ones are on the table and exactly which ones are not on the table. We don't know. That's why I said it's difficult to know. The GOP caved. No. You need to understand something. I genuinely, my own personal political bias aside here, the Democrats have caved. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have caved here. The Democrats have agreed to vote for this continuing resolution on a pinky promise, really. The Republicans have said, okay, Democrats, you want all this bullshit, reopen the government, then we will negotiate. Pinky promise. Reopen the government with us, pinky promise, then we're going to negotiate. This is what Trump and the Republicans have been saying for weeks now, and the Democrats said, no, we're not going to reopen the government until you add in all this other stuff into the clean resolution to make it not so clean. Well, the Democrats now have caved. The Democrats have agreed to actually go ahead and vote for the clean resolution. But the pinky promise on the back end here is that there needs to be negotiations relating to some amount of ACA subsidies. And there's another big demand or request the Democrats are making. Hear me out. The Democrats want some, maybe all, of the federal workers that have been laid off during this shutdown to be rehired. That is one of the demands coming from the Democrats. You know how Trump and Russ vote, the Grim Reaper? They've been laying off federal employees. The Democrats are saying you've got to rehire all of them. At least you've got to rehire some of them. And so these are the negotiations to get the government reopened right now. Some deal about the ACA subsidies, some all, a couple. I probably misspoke. We actually don't know how many of the federal employees they want. It could be all, could be 1,000, could be 2,000. We don't know. But there is some negotiation with ACA subsidies and some negotiation with federal workers being rehired. Is it all? I don't know. Is it some? I don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows yet. It's too early. But in order to even get to that point, to have these negotiations, the Democrats have caved and they have agreed to vote for this clean continuing resolution, which is what the battle has been about for the last 40 days. So the Democrats have caved here. And then after that, we're going to have to find out. In fact, I would imagine that right now, probably nobody knows what exact subsidies are we talking about with the ACA? How many exact, which federal employees, how many of them specifically? I doubt the nitty-gritty details of this deal like that have been worked out. I would imagine it all kind of comes after the government is reopened. So I think nobody knows all of those details yet, would be my suspicion. Now, I'll tell you what, though, a couple of the Senate Democrats are absolutely melting down over this. Can I pull up? Is she posting this on Twitter? Elizabeth Warren. Can I find this here? Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas. No, she's doing it elsewhere. She's talking to media outlets. So we know for a fact right now, 2 of the far left Democrat senators are not happy about this deal. They are melting down about this deal. Senator Warren and Bernie Sanders do not want the Senate Democrats to make a deal with the Senate Republicans to open up the government. They do not want that. Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and various other Senate Democrats, I would assume as well, they want, very clearly, explicitly, they want the government to remain shut down. They do not want the government to reopen. They want the government to remain shut down. And so she's having a meltdown right now. I'm reading, I've got Politico over here and some others. They are not happy. Now, I was saying this earlier. One of the points of intrigue here right now, we don't know this, whether or not the Senate Republicans worked out a deal with Chuck Schumer specifically, because keep in mind, Chuck Schumer is the leader of the Senate Democrats. He's the head honcho Senate Democrat. And Chuck Schumer has been a stick in the mud. Chuck Schumer, he has not wanted to make a deal with these Republicans, at least not this deal, the one that we're talking about tonight. And so we don't know if Chuck Schumer himself caved and capitulated. He might have. Or there's another option here. Donald Trump and the Senate Republicans went over Schumer's head. They bypassed him. They circumvented him and worked out a deal with various other Senate Democrats without Chuck Schumer's permission. If that happened, that is big drama. If that happened, what that would mean is that Donald Trump and the Senate Republicans were able to pick apart the Senate Democrats, fracture their coalition here, and make individual deals with individual Senate Democrats and undermine Schumer's leadership. That's the best way to put it. Have they, in fact, undermined Chuck Schumer's leadership and pushed him out of the deal-making process altogether? That might have happened. We don't know. We don't have the answer to that question specifically. But those are the only two options. We don't know. Those are the only two options. To what degree Chuck Schumer was involved in this. But we have the news. The deal has been made. And now I'm looking for some updates here. I'm scrolling around here. Stand by now, folks. I've got a live Senate feed. That is not the feed. This is our feed. This is our feed. Okay, so in 14 minutes, the Senate is in recess for another 14 minutes. Right now, all the senators are on the playground playing dodgeball. They are eating orange slices and probably drinking Capri Sun or Kool-Aid or Gatorade. They're having recess right now. But soon, very soon, they got to come back in. They got to come back into the Senate chambers. They're coming back in here any minute now. 14 minutes. The break is over. And then this vote is happening tonight. The vote is happening tonight. And in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and put this up on the big screen here. Putting that up on the big screen, folks. It has been 40 days. Can you believe that? This will have been, I mean, it already is. This already is the longest government shutdown. The longest government shutdown in all of U.S. history. And just, I always like to bring this up as a little point of U.S. history here. What was the previous record? The previous record, the prior longest government shutdown, took place in December of 2018, leading into January of 2019, about halfway through President Trump's first presidential term. What happened? Why? Well, President Trump was trying to get funding for his border wall. The Senate Republicans and Trump, they tried to push border wall funding into the new government budget that they tried to pass. And the Senate Democrats said, no, we are not going to pass a government budget that includes funding for a border wall. We're not doing it. Yeah, it was 35 days long. The Democrats said, we are not going to fund the government if there is funding for a border wall as well. And so they shut down the government. And very similar to what happened this time, the Senate Democrats, they shut down the government and they started taking away people's SNAP food benefits. Speaking of which, I'm looking at Twitter and this image randomly pops up. Trump took my EBT. Yeah. I bet he did. You got the Big Mac. You got the McDonald's French fries, the potato chips, the KFC bucket of chicken. Man, it's making me hungry. I'm getting hungry. Man, I'll tell you something here. I don't really have a sweet tooth. I'm not a big candy, cake, pie. It's not my thing. Ice cream, it's not my thing. But man, like salty snack food, potato chips, French fries, hamburgers, pizza. I'm more of a savory guy. I'm not really a very sweet guy. You might have noticed. But man, I'm a savory guy. I'm a savory guy, man. If there's a bag of potato chips in the house, I'm gonna eat the entire thing. Good God. I can't say no to a bag of potato chips. Anyway, folks, we've got 10 minutes. I'm just not very sweet. I'm not a sweet guy. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have Politico also alongside Fox News. Politico is reporting the very same news. Senate reaches a deal on ending the shutdown. You know, I'm just going to have that up there on the broadcast also. It seems like just an hour ago. Man, it seems like it was an hour ago that I had everybody in here saying I was clickbaiting. Matt Morris, you're clickbaiting. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm done being smug. I'm done being smug and I'm done being vindicated. Well, I am vindicated, but I'm going to be done talking about it. I am done talking about how right I was and how wrong some of those people were. I swear I'm done. Anyway, this vote is happening. Well, at least the Senate is reopening here. Their recess is over in 9 minutes. In 9 minutes, the recess is over. And then this vote is happening tonight, ladies and gentlemen. This vote is happening later tonight. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look, I just found a very rare picture of Donald Trump. You want to see this? Look at this. Oh my goodness. This is a rare. What year is this from? I don't know. This is Donald Trump in a breakfast diner. It looks like he's putting some sugar into his coffee, into his something at a breakfast diner. Can I tell you folks something here real quick? Sometimes I see people say America has no culture. America's got no culture, and obviously this is just stupid. This is obviously stupid, but one example of American culture, in fact, maybe my favorite example of American culture, is the American breakfast diner. Go to Germany and go try to find a good breakfast diner. You're not going to find one. Go to Japan. Go to New Delhi. Go to India. You're not going to find a good American breakfast diner. No, you are not. In fact, this is going to sound crazy. A lot of other countries don't even have like a breakfast culture. In America, it's big. You go get breakfast. Go get breakfast on a Saturday with your family, after church, whatever. Go get breakfast at a restaurant. A lot of other countries, they don't do breakfast. They have a little snack at house. They eat at the home. They don't have breakfast restaurants. It's not a thing. Some other countries do. The United Kingdom does. Obviously, if you're in London, you can find a good breakfast diner. A little bit different, though. You're going to have a sausage and a baked tomato. I'm going to put that back up there. Everybody can see. I just want everybody to hear the news. I'm trying to spread the news here. But man, a good American breakfast diner, you cannot beat that. They reached a yes, they have reached a deal. Yes, and the vote is going to be happening very soon. Very, very soon. We've got a family in Germany. My wife is a German woman. Like as in she's actually from Germany. She's been here in the US for 5 years now with me. And so my in-laws are living in Germany. And so we go to Germany. In fact, I think we're probably going to Germany here in about 4 or 5 months. We're going to go back. But anyway, sometimes I'm craving a breakfast. I say, man, is there a breakfast place here in Germany? Get some eggs and bacon and toast. They say, no. Let me cook you up something. They brought me out some cow tongue. They said, have some breakfast in their German accent. Wir haben cow tongue. I said, okay, fine. I guess I'm going to eat it. Okay, I guess I'm having cow tongue for breakfast today. I wanted some sourdough toast and some over easy eggs. But maybe the cow tongue will do. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Senate is coming out of recess in 6 minutes. So, the second they come out of recess here, we're going to hop back over. We got a live Senate feed, and we are going to watch how this evening unfolds. Ladies and gentlemen, every single report is indicating that this government shutdown is coming to an end. And I do want to say real quick, if you are new to the show, please do me a favor. Make sure to like today's broadcast, subscribe, hit that subscribe button, like the broadcast, make sure to follow. We are on Rumble, Matt Morris TV. Shout out the Rumblers. We are on YouTube, Matt Morris TV. Shout out the YouTubers. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Sincerely, thank you, everybody. Ammo Jeffiffy. That's a massive super chat on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. He says, let's get this done, people. Matt, great feed as usual. Jeff, did you see what I said in the video I uploaded earlier today? I didn't know this. I was doing research this morning. Every single week that this government remains shut down, we are losing $16 billion as a nation. So far, we've lost, what is that like? I don't even know. Tens of billions. It's been 5 weeks. It was almost $90 billion. I don't know. Tens of billions of dollars we have lost as a consequence of this government shutdown. We got to bring this to an end. It's already having negative impacts on the economy. The economy is slowing down. So yeah, let's reopen the government here. Reopen it. I'm with you. Thank you very much. And also nuke the filibuster. Also reopen the government, but also nuke the filibuster. That's how I feel. We got to do it. PDX 67R. Was anybody here watching some of what was going on in downtown Portland earlier today? I didn't broadcast any of this. But in downtown Portland, outside of the ICE facility, probably 4 hours ago or less, there was a group of degenerates. They called themselves degenerates. Their protest was called the Degenerates versus Fascism protest. And it was a bunch of sex fetish kink degenerate freaks walking around Portland outside the ICE facility wearing their sex fetish kink gear in public in broad daylight, dressing up as all types of disgusting sex fetish people. I don't even know. They were dressing up like dogs and all types. It was terrible. And they were yelling profanities outside of the ICE facility. That's Portland for you. That's just Portland, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. The far left, radical progressives, they're back at it again. And we have another big super chat here from Delima. $99.99. That's a big one. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. Says, just hanging out by the pool with Matt Morris and chat on this fine Sunday's nightstand here in Florida. Thank you, Matt. I think you were doing text to speech, and then the text to speech mispronounced a couple things because you said, thank you, Matt Forrest. You're welcome. Hey, it's me. I'm your host, Matt Forrest, and welcome to the show. I do like the forest. I love the forest. Well, hey, I hope you're having fun down by the pool in Florida. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sometimes my mom sends me text messages and I can tell if she's doing text to speech because it's always, all the words are messed up. It's kind of like that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do like the forests. Thank you very much. Now, folks, I'm gonna go ahead and leave this up here on the big screen because in 2 minutes, the Senate is reopening. In fact, I'm going to take a quick 90-second break here, and then I'm going to be back, okay? All right, I'll be right back. And then the Senate is open. The vote is happening, okay? Do not go. Do not go anywhere. Action is coming. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here. I saw something here that I want to show you. If I can pull this up real quick, I think we've got a second. I'm getting a little confirmation here. Where do we have this? Oh, come on now. I know I just saw this. Oh, this is President Trump himself, folks. Take a look here.
We'll never agree to give any substantial money or any money to really prisoners, illegals that come into our country.
This was quiet.
And I think the Democrats understand that. And it looks like we're getting close to the shutdown ending. You'll know very soon. Thank you very much.
So this is President Trump 20 minutes ago saying that, I mean, you heard him. The government is close. The government shutdown is close to ending. They said he said the Democrats know that we're never going to give any money to illegal aliens. They know that's off the table. We're not going to surrender there. Now, there's another guy that's posting good news. You've heard of him. His name is Nick Sortor. There was another video coming out of Fox News. I swear I just saw this. Yeah, maybe not. Folks, Senate their recess should be over here 1 minute ago. Stand by here. This shutdown is coming to an end tonight. If you guys are looking for shutdown news, you are in the right place. And I'm pulling up updates all night as this is breaking here. Now, Katre over here in Rumble, he says, thank you very much for that super chat, by the way. What he says, hold up, what is...
An unreliable partner, and it signals to our adversaries that we can't work together to meet even the most fundamental responsibilities of Congress.
Play this out.
As this shutdown continues, I want to particularly focus on the impact of this lapse funding is having on the aviation industry. TSA agents and air traffic controllers have had to continue working while missing 2 paychecks. It's a stressful job and one that has grown increasingly more difficult throughout the year. Combine that with uncertainty on how to pay rent, put food on the table, and gas in your car. It is no surprise that we're seeing more and more controllers not show up to work. We are already facing a shortage of controllers, and now we are seeing more having to pick up second jobs to pay the bills, or seeing some quit entirely. Our inaction and our inability to gain consensus are deterring young people interested in futures such as air traffic controllers or other aviation professionals from pursuing those careers. The vulnerabilities in our aviation system has led Secretary Sean Duffy to begin reducing flights by 10% at 40 major airports. Airlines, businesses, and general aviation alike are cutting into their operations to make certain that airspace is as safe as possible. It is critical to know that these impacts are not lopsided on those high traffic areas. Small and medium.
So I would suspect here that now they're coming out of recess. I think they're going to have a couple people come up here and kind of yap a little bit. All of these senators are going to come slowly trickling back into the Senate chamber. They tend to be a little bit late to work sometimes. They show up to class a couple minutes late sometimes. Some of these senators, imagine that. They're clocking in late sometimes. And so whenever all of them show up, we're going to have this vote. I put up here in the top left corner of the broadcast, the vote that is important. The bill we are talking about tonight is called HR 5371. We need 60 votes. In fact, I'm going to add that up there in the top left also. One moment. 60 votes is what we need on HR 5371.
System is, and it's the reason I highlight aviation and the consequences of the shutdown tonight. We saw how fragile our air system is earlier this year when a series of failures led to a mid-air collision on January the 29th, which claimed the lives of 67, including those of Kansas. That accident forced Congress and our nation to reckon with an issue that has plagued us for decades. Why have we not effectively modernized our airspace system? Since that crash, steps have been taken to train more controllers and improve the aviation system, including a $12.5 billion investment in modernizing our airspace. But those efforts are becoming much more difficult to accomplish during a shutdown. Unfortunately, the position of the aviation industry it finds itself in today cannot be easily solved, but we cannot even begin to solve it unless we reopen the government. Every day we remain shut down, the fragility of this system intensifies. Thanksgiving is only 18 days away.
I saw a good question here. The question is, what do the Democrats gain, or what do the Republicans have to give up? I'm going to put that as a note in the top left. Also, we have a rumor. We don't know for a fact, but I'm going to type that up in the top left also, so stand by on that.
Circumstances we are in cannot continue. We must reopen the government. I urge my colleagues to pass a clean continuing resolution to reopen government. I'm committed to working with my colleagues, to address the concerns they have and any issues brought forth by the shutdown. We must return to regular order, advance a clean CR and these 3 appropriation bills, and then consider further appropriations and these issues so that many of us care so deeply about. Our constituents and our nation depend upon us to do so.
Yep.
Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
I've got something here for you.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Folks, stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. Whoa. Too long. It's too long. This is a one-man. This is a one-man show. This is a one-man production, so thank you all for your patience here. Hopefully that's big enough. But I will read through that. So the rumor on the block right now is that in order to get some of these Senate Democrats to vote alongside the Republicans to reopen the government, that after the government is reopened, the Republicans will agree to negotiate on some of the ACA Affordable Care Act subsidies and also rehire some of the federal layoffs. That is the tentative deal at the moment. At least that's what I'm reading. That's what I'm seeing here. And so give this a moment here. I'm going to actually put that there because we don't know how many federal employees, which federal employees. We also don't know which specific subsidies in the ACA, how many, what value. We don't know those details yet. So, some. The best I can say is some. A lot of the key details of this deal are not public yet. It's all like, according to an insider, according to a White House insider, blah, blah, blah. So we don't know the exact details yet. Now, I'll try to find some more here if you can stand with me. Stand by. I want to go through some super chats here. I have one here on in YouTube from Axel. He says, there's 340 million people in the 2024 census. I'd say let Nancy and Schumer and the rest of the corrupt Democrats pay us $1 million, which they can afford since they support a socialist platform. Sounds fit to me. I am a big fan of seizing all of Nancy Pelosi's ill-gotten gains that she's, all this money she's made as a consequence of insider trading in the last 50 years of serving in Congress. That's the type of socialism I could get behind. Why don't we seize Nancy Pelosi's assets and redistribute it, all of it, to us, the American people? That's not a bad idea. We could do that. I could get behind that type of socialism. That sounds good. Now, we also have, thank you, by the way. Thank you, by the way. This is from Mark's Modes. First off, thank you. That's a big super chat. Thank you very much. Second off, thank you. He says he's a Desert Storm veteran. Here to help out you some more. They need 60. Here is 60 to go with the 40 I sent you earlier. Keep up the good work. MM from MM. From Mark's Modes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. And it sounds like I'm getting 60, and the Republicans are getting 60 also. I think tonight's going to be a pretty eventful night. That's what it seems like to me. You actually see John Thune right there, his head. I think that's the back of his head right there. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. How long was Desert? Desert Storm was, what, like 11 days? It was real fast. It was real short, in and out, right? That was a real quick one. How many exact days? Oh, 42. Okay, a little bit longer. 42 days. Isn't that funny? The shutdown is on day number 40. Desert Storm was 42, 6 weeks. Real quick, in and out. Yep, that's right. There you go. 42. Oh, look at okay. So we do have some more individuals in here. Yes, we do. We've got some senators. We've got some senators on the floor. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in here tonight. I really do appreciate that. I really do need to shout this out.
Majority Leader.
President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be allowed to speak for up to 5 minutes each. Senator Collins, Senator Schumer, Senator Sanders, and me.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Susan Collins, Bernie Sanders, John Thune. All right. I'm going to let's go ahead and listen.
Mr. President.
We're going to listen to this.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, today the Senate Appropriations Committee advanced legislation to reopen government immediately.
Wow.
Funding vital programs and resuming pay for federal workers whom for the last 40 days have had to live with the stress of missed paychecks and not knowing when they would be paid. Under our legislation, all federal employees, including members of our military and Coast Guard, the Capitol Police officers, Border Patrol agents, TSA screeners, air traffic controllers, all will receive their back wages. It is significant that this measure also includes 3 full-year, fiscal year 2026 appropriations bills, including the annual agriculture FDA bill, the military construction and Veterans Affairs legislation, very timely given that Veterans Day will soon be upon us, and the legislative branch funding. This 3-bill package, which originally passed the Senate on August 1st with overwhelming bipartisan support, 87 votes in 2 cases, 81 in another, will support our veterans, our troops, our farmers, and rural communities. Of note, this package will provide full-year funding for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, known as SNAP, and the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for women, infants, and children, known as WIC.
Okay.
One of the most unfortunate and shameful consequences of the shutdown has been that these vital nutrition programs were in jeopardy for our most vulnerable families, including 170,000 Mainers who rely on the SNAP program. Other programs will be funded through January 30th, while the Senate and House continue our work on the remainder of the year-long appropriations bills. For example, funding for important programs like Head Start, and such as the Low-Income Heating Assistance Program will now be restored. I look forward to voting for this legislation and ending the unnecessary harm to the security of our families and our nations. We must begin to act tonight. We must not delay any longer.
Tonight.
Finally, Mr. President, I want to thank the many members on both sides of the aisle of the Appropriations Committee and the Senate leadership who have worked especially hard to bring this package together. And I would be remiss if I did not also thank our staff. My staff missed an entire night's sleep to get this package together and get the job done.
Boo-hoo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to particularly thank the members of the Appropriations Committee, including the three who served as the subcommittee chairs, Senator Bozeman, Senator Hoeven, and Senator Mullen. I want to thank Senator Britt, who did an extraordinary amount of work, Lisa Murkowski, Mike Rounds, Jerry Moran, Sherry Moore Capito, Sidney Hyde-Smith, Deb Fisher. There's so many who work so.
Okay, that's great. I want to say something real quick. There was a super chat just a moment ago. I want to say thank you very much. It said, and I've seen this message before, it said that after 41 days of a government shutdown, all federal cuts become permanent. I've seen this 41-day permanent cut notion. I've seen people say this. I've looked into this a couple times. I can't find information about that anywhere. But I've seen a lot of people say that, but I've never found any proof of that ever. Not that I've seen. Maybe it's right. I just haven't seen it. But I have seen a bunch of people saying that, so I can't comment on that.
The votes that are going to take place. And if that were not the case, that is certainly what I would do, because I think it is important that the American people fully understand what is being voted on today. Everybody in America knows that our current healthcare system is broken, it is dysfunctional, it is cruel, it is by far the most expensive healthcare system in the world, and the only healthcare system of any major country that does not guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right, covering every man, woman, and child. We are unique in that respect. And yet tonight, what this Senate is about to do is make a horrific situation even worse.
He's not happy.
So let's be clear what this vote is about. If this vote succeeds, over 20 million Americans are going to see at least a doubling in their premiums in the Affordable Care Act. In my state of Vermont and throughout this country, for certain groups of people, it will be a tripling and a quadrupling of their premiums. There are people who will now be paying 50% of their limited incomes for health care. Does anybody in the world think that makes sense? And if this resolution is passed tonight, we are on a pathway to throw 15 million Americans off of Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. 15 million. Our job is to create universal health care, guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child, not throw 15 million people off the health care they have, low-income and working-class people. And my friends, know what you are voting on. Studies are out there that when you throw 15 million people off of health care, some 50,000 of our fellow Americans will die unnecessarily every single year. Anyone think that's funny? Something to laugh at? Something to just go past? I don't. 50,000 Americans die unnecessarily. Now, I know as part of this resolution that the majority leader is going to say, well, Democrats can put together their own bill, and it'll come to the floor here in the Senate for a vote. As everybody here knows, that is a totally meaningless gesture. You can get 100 votes here in the Senate. Won't mean anything because the House is not going to take it up, and the President of the United States certainly will not sign it. So, Mr. President, I hope that anybody here who is thinking of voting for this reconsiders, goes back home and talks to their constituents and asks them what it will mean if their health care premiums are doubled or tripled. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you,
Democratic leader.
Thank you,
Mr.
Bernie.
President.
Thank you.
America is in the midst of a Republican-made health care crisis.
Schumer.
Worse than anything the American people have seen in decades. Republicans have spent the past 10 months dismantling the health care system, skyrocketing costs, and making every day harder for American families. Because of Republicans, Americans are going to suffer immensely as this health care crisis gets worse. Democrats have been fighting to end this crisis over and over again. Democrats have wanted to lower costs, but Republicans fought us every step of the way. We gave Republicans not one, not two, but 3 chances this year to extend the ACA premium tax credits. Republicans said no every time. On Friday, we offered Republicans a compromise.
No.
A proposal that would extend the ACA tax credits for a year and open up the government at the same time. They once again said no. And when they said no on our compromise, they showed that they are against any health care reform. Instead, they passed the biggest health care cuts in our nation's history just to give tax breaks to billionaires, and even then, they weren't satisfied with merely closing hospitals and community health clinics. They callously did nothing to deal with the looming crisis of ACA credits. Premiums will spike by thousands of dollars a month. Millions will lose insurance. Democrats have sounded the alarm. We have demanded for months to meet with the Republican leadership. But Republican leaders refuse to even discuss the issue, let alone negotiate it. We've asked them to meet in the summer and throughout the shutdown. To this day, Republicans still say no.
Good.
We asked President Trump to step in and meet with us to deliver lower health care for Americans, and instead, Donald Trump has taken the American people hostage, from cutting off food aid to hungry families and vets and seniors and kids, to manufacturing flight cancellations, to cutting off home heating aid, while he builds a billion-dollar ballroom with gold-plated toilets.
That's awesome.
Therefore, I must vote no. This health care crisis is so severe, so urgent, so devastating for families back home that I cannot in good faith support this CR that fails to address the health care crisis. But let me be clear, however this vote turns out, this fight will and must continue. Democrats must fight because of millions of families will lose health care coverage. We must fight because children who are dying of cancer will not get health care coverage. We must fight because a senior citizen cannot afford to pay $25,000 a year just for health insurance. We must fight to keep millions from financial ruin. And make no mistake about it, the American people know who is inflicting this health care trauma on them: Donald Trump and the Republicans. Americans will remember Republican intransigence every time they make a sky-high payment on health insurance. So we are going to fight legislatively, fight back home, fight in the courts, and bring this fight in the elections. Health care costs made a major impact on the 2025 election, and they will certainly have an even greater impact on the 2026 election. So in conclusion, the contrast between the two parties is crystal clear. Republicans are the party hell-bent on taking people's health care away, all to bow to the billionaire elite and special interests. Democrats are united as the party of lower health care costs and improving our health care system. We will not give up this fight. We will deliver for the American people. I yield the floor.
So it sounds like he was betrayed by his own party. It sounds like Trump and the Republicans were able to get a couple Democrats on board against Schumer's leadership.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, after 40 long days, I'm hopeful that we can finally bring this shutdown to an end. And I don't need to go over all the reasons why it's imperative that we get the government open as soon as possible. From the truly precarious situation we are in with regard to air travel to the fact that our staffs have been working without pay for a full 40 days now, all of us, Republicans and Democrats who support this bill, know that the time to act is now. And so in just a few minutes, I will call up the vehicle for a clean continuing resolution packaged with 3 bipartisan year-long appropriations bills: agricultural appropriations, military construction, VA appropriations, and legislative branch appropriations. These bills will fund SNAP for the entire fiscal year. They will fund WIC for the entire fiscal year. And they will fund our veterans for the entire fiscal year. After 40 days of uncertainty, I'm profoundly glad to be able to announce that nutrition programs, our veterans, and other critical priorities will have their full-year funding. And my goal is to quickly move to other full-year appropriations bills. As I've said many times, I firmly believe that the way to fund the government is by passing appropriations bills through regular order, a process that gives senators from both parties the fullest chance to make their voices heard. Mr. President, I also want to mention health care. There's been a lot of talk over the last several weeks on both sides of the aisle about the health care crisis in this country. And I'm thankful to be able to say that we have senators, both Democrat and Republican, who are eager to get to work to address that crisis in a bipartisan way. These senators are not interested in political games. They're interested in finding real ways to address health care costs for American families. We also have a president who is willing to sit down and get to work on this issue. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what solutions might be brought forward. Regardless, as I have said for weeks to my Democrat friends, I will schedule a vote on their proposal, and I've committed to having that vote no later than the second week in December. Mr. President, again, I am optimistic that after almost 6 weeks of this shutdown, we'll finally be able to end it. I will call up that bill in a matter of minutes, and I look forward to passing the clean continuing resolution and appropriations bill package in the very near future.
Looks like it's happening,
Now, Mr.
folks.
President, I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture vote on October 16th on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
Yep.
The question's on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Others no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
The question's on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to.
Okay, they're going to vote here in a minute now, folks, and we need 60.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close upon consideration?
Yep.
Reconsideration. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Here we go.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn.
He's wearing a cowboy hat on the Senate floor. Look at that. Now, I am looking to see if I can find... Somebody's yelling in there.
Thank you.
Sometimes we can find an overlay.
Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester. Mr. Booker.
I think this is the
Mr. Booker, Mr.
the
Bozeman.
vote before the vote, if that makes sense. It's very procedural here in the Senate, folks.
Thank you. I got you. Gotcha. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell.
I think a lot of Democrats here tonight are not
Mrs.
happy
Capito.
about. They're not happy about this.
Mr. Cassidy.
The Democrats caved, is what is going
Ms.
on
Collins.
here, folks. This is roll call. This is roll call. Yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, is it fair to say that the Democrats have caved? Yes or no?
Mr. Coons.
Did Chuck Schumer seem happy tonight?
Mr. Cornyn.
Did Bernie Sanders seem happy tonight?
Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton.
Is
Mr.
Elizabeth
Kramer.
Warren happy tonight? No.
Mr. Crapo. I got him.
I will say now real quick,
Mr.
if you
Cotton.
folks are new to the show, please make sure to like and subscribe.
Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo.
Welcome to the show, folks.
Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines.
There's another channel that I watch all the time. It's called No Agenda TV. I love No Agenda TV, but I need to be honest here. I have an agenda. My agenda is America first. So this is not No Agenda TV, ladies and gentlemen. This is America First Agenda TV you are tuning into tonight. Welcome to the show. We're live on Rumble and on YouTube. Make sure to like and subscribe. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think tonight we might be a little bit putting America first tonight. I think that might be what we're watching tonight.
Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice.
It's going to be a big night, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar.
You're taking attendance. Present.
Mr. Langford.
Now, where is Elizabeth
Mr. Lee.
Warren? Out of all these progressive senators, Elizabeth Warren, I think she's the most pissed off tonight. Even more so than Bernie Sanders. Where is Elizabeth Warren? I want to see what she's got to say. I want her to give a 5-minute speech.
McCormick. Mr. Merkley.
They've got to offer her a peace pipe.
Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran.
In order to get her to vote.
Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski.
Bring out the peace pipe.
Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt.
Beautiful room here, beautiful chamber. Architecturally, you know, I like it. I wonder if they let people go in the Senate chamber, like if you're on a tour. Probably not. You probably can't walk around in there. I guess I need to become a senator someday. I guess I've got to do it now.
Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer.
Mr. Schumer. There's Ted Cruz.
Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis.
Folks, we do not have a vote counter yet because this is the roll call. They're taking attendance. This is kind of the attendance vote, a roll call before they actually have the vote. So once they actually are voting, we will go ahead and put up the vote counter. Do not worry. Do not worry. Right now, they're just making sure everybody's here. So on the East Coast here in D.C., it is 8:34. It's going to be a late night for some of these senators, I guess.
Senators voting in the affirmative. Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Durbin, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kane, Kennedy, King, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts,
thank you, Christopher.
Rounds, Schmidt, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Yep.
I'll say it right now, I've never really thought about getting into politics. I'm totally fine being a political commentator. I'm young. Maybe I change my mind someday. I'm only 31. Maybe 10 years from now, I change my mind. I'll be 40. I don't know. But the problem with becoming a federal politician in the House or the Senate is that you actually have to go to Washington, D.C. You have to leave your house. I have a very nice, cozy life. I'm with my kids and my wife. We have a nice little house up in northern Idaho, out by the woods. And I would have to leave my house and go to D.C. and be surrounded by a bunch of freaks in Washington, D.C. I don't know. That doesn't sound so fun. I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. I don't know if I need to work in Washington, D.C., though.
Mr. Bankside.
Living in Idaho.
Mr. Idaho. Schatz, no.
Who knows? Idaho, Idaho. I feel like living in DC is a pretty fast way to have your soul corrupted. You're surrounded by a bunch of literal demons. If you're surrounded by demons all day, every day, you might end up becoming demonic. Maybe that's one of my concerns, you are who you hang out with, so to speak. And I just don't really want to hang out with a bunch of demons. Washington, D.C. demons.
No.
Now, there's a big super chat from Evo, man. He says, thank you, Matt, for what you do. You're a true patriot of this country. Rip Charlie Kirk. Rip Charlie Kirk. True. Very true. Very true. And thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the show. Thank everybody for being here tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you for what you do for this country. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'll make sure I don't miss anything. Salvatore, he says, Matt, you're tough as nails, buddy. Great job hanging in there, keeping us updated. To be fair, it's not that hard to sit in front of a computer for 2.5 hours. We've only been here 2.5 hours. Oh, I'm so exhausted. Oh, I don't know how I do it. I've been sitting here in my chair for 2 hours. I think I'm at my limit. No, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm just very fortunate all of you guys are tuning in tonight. These lovely, lovely gentlemen and lovely ladies tuning in tonight all over the country, all over the world.
No.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. For real, thank you. I think we even have some of these over here in the Rumble chat. Bo Cahantas is drowning her sorrows with firewater. Thanks as always for keeping us up to speed. Yeah, she's probably in the moon hut. She's in the moon lodge, drinking firewater. Hey ho ha ha, hey ho.
Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mrs. Murray, no.
Thank you. I hate Trump. I hate Trump. That's what she's doing right now. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we have Mechanic. The 41 days law, it's called Impoundment Control Act. Okay. That, I'm going to actually look into that because I've heard everybody talking about this and frankly, I don't know anything about it. So I appreciate you telling me that. Who is that? That was Mechanic 1980. Thank you. Can I mute this real quick? I'm just going to read this. The Impoundment Control Act of 1974 is a U.S. law that requires the president to have congressional approval to withhold, delay, or cancel federal funds appropriated by Congress. The act created a process for the president to propose deferrals or temporary delays or rescissions of funds which Congress must then review. And so I guess this is what sets this 41-day. I'm going to bookmark this and look into this on another time, I think. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Impoundment Control Act of 1974 is the idea, allegedly. Okay, it's bookmarked. Thank you very much.
Mr. Van Hollen, no.
Now, just real quick. Now, do we have a vote counter? Stand by here, folks.
Ms. Hassan, aye.
I don't think this is the vote for 5371. That's not what this is. No, folks, this is not the vote for 5371. Do not worry. Well, hold up here, actually. Hold up here. Stand by.
Mr. Crapo, aye.
Oh, you know what? Actually, here we go.
Aye.
Okay. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, actually. Yes, it is. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is 5371. I'm going to put my webcam up there. Okay. So, let me break this down. We need to see 60 yays, 40 nays. At most, we can have 40 yays. That's the best way to put that. At most, we can have 40 yays. Ruby Hoof, thank you. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Chance, yes, that is how this works. That is right. That is right. This is, in a way, a vote to kind of break through this filibuster is maybe the best way to look at it. You need 60 votes to do so. And then tomorrow, if we can hit the 60 vote threshold tonight, either later tonight or tomorrow, they will have the final vote where they need 51 or 50 plus one if it's a tiebreaker with the vice president to actually reopen the government. I would suppose they just do it tonight, though, immediately after they break through the 60 vote threshold.
Mr. Gallego.
I don't know why they wouldn't do it tonight.
No. Mr. Schiff, no.
Mr. Schiff, no. Adam Schiff says no.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
We need to see 60 right now. We need to see 60 yays. That is what we need. Gotta have 60. And it seems like a deal has been made between some of the Democrats and the Republicans. I wonder how Rand Paul is voting tonight. How is Rand Paul going to be voting tonight? I would imagine he's not going to open up this government. Yeah, What seems to be the case is that Trump and the Senate Republicans were able to work out a deal with some of the Democrats and actually go over Chuck Schumer's head. Chuck Schumer's...
Aye.
Chuck Schumer is the leader of the Senate Democrats, and it seems like Trump and the Republicans were actually
Mr. Justice, aye.
They were able to cut out Schumer. No, by the way, that timer means nothing. Do not worry about that timer. The timer is irrelevant.
Cortez Masto, aye. Mrs. Shaheen.
Do not worry about that timer. Yes, cognitive gear. Yes. And we need 60 votes to get through it. If we do not get 60 votes now, we are not able to move forward. This, what you're watching right now, the 60 vote threshold has been the hurdle and the hang up for the last 40 days. We have not had 60 votes. We've only had 55. We need to have 60 votes tonight, right now. Otherwise, the government is going to continue to be shut down. Yes.
No.
We are.
Mr. Heinrich. No.
This is a necessary vote to move on to the real vote. It's kind of curious the way that it works. You need 60 yays to get through this vote to unlock the potential, the capacity to vote on the real vote, which only needs 50, curiously, or 51. But this is a necessary step nonetheless. We need to see 60 tonight. We need 60 tonight. Now, of course, my opinion, regardless of what happens tonight, regardless of whether or not the government reopens, we should still go nuclear. We should still go nuclear. Doesn't even matter. We gotta go nuclear anyway. I think we all agree on that one. Gotta go nuclear anyway. We need 11 more yays. We need to see 11 more yays here.
Ms. Smith? No.
Now. Miss Smith. Now. I think right now a lot of Democrats are very unhappy.
Rosen? Aye.
A lot of Democrats are very unhappy about this deal that has been made. And the reason why is because the Republicans won. Pretty much the Republicans won. And there's no debate about that either. Seems like this government is getting reopened here, ladies and gentlemen. Folks, we have 20,000 people tuning in on YouTube and another 11,000 on Rumble. Ladies and gentlemen, listen, I want to say thank you. Thank you very much for being here tonight. This is a big day, day number 40. Thank you very much. If you're new, make sure to drop a follow. Make sure to subscribe. Here's what I like to say. Follow me everywhere other than in real life. How about that? Good deal? Deal. Including X. Here, follow me on X for all the updates, if we're going to be live, if we're going to be early, if we're missing a day, if we're doing an emergency broadcast. Following on X really is probably the best place to be. That's where I'm posting all the updates. So make sure to hit up the X page there if you use that. Thank you very much.
Ms. Warren, no.
Elizabeth Warren, there she is. She says no. She says no, ho, 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 no, ho. She's not into it. We've got 50 yays, 29 nays. We need to see a 60 in the yays. 60 yays. That's what we're looking for in this government, is getting reopened. Well, it's on the path to getting reopened.
Mr. Murphy? No.
Now, for the last 40 days here, we've been deadlocked at 55-45. We've not been able to get more than 55 yays. We've been hard stuck at 55. And that breakdown there, to be clear, is 52 Republicans and 3 Democrats. 52 plus 3, 55. We've been stuck at 55. Can we break the barrier? Can we pierce the veil? Can we push beyond the firmament?
Mr. McConnell, aye.
Look at that. McConnell. 51, there you go. Up in the top left, I've tried to have all of the basic information we have about the nature of this deal, of this negotiation that has been made. We don't have all the details yet. We don't. It sure seems like some deal was made, and we kind of have an idea of what the details are. I put those up in the top left, but we probably won't know all of the exact, precise, specific components of the deal.
Mr. Whitehouse, no.
Until tomorrow. We've got some of the information. No, McConnell has always been voting yay. So that's not surprising. Dude, you are spamming the living hell out of my chat. Oh, there's Elizabeth Warren down there. She's not happy. B6Y4Z, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Fetterman, aye.
Fetterman is a Democrat.
Mr. Warnock, no.
Fetterman has always been voting aye, though. He's been one of those three that's always been voting to reopen. 52. So I'll tell you something here, guys. We cannot have more than 40 nays. We can have at most 40 nays. So if we get to 40 nays, it's going to be pretty. We're going to be sweating bullets here.
Mr. Risch, aye.
There's an aye. 53. There's 53.
Mr. Blumenthal, no.
I think Fetterman is probably the smartest one of the Senate Democrats. You know what's funny? I hate to be a little bit insensitive here, but I remember when he was up for election, what was this, 2022, and everybody was saying, oh, he had a stroke, he's got brain damage or something, I don't know. As it would turn out, the smartest Democrat in the Senate is the guy with brain damage. And I think he is. I think Fetterman is the smartest Democrat in the Senate. Yes, he is. At least to me, he's making the most sense. Not that I'm on board with everything he says, but out of all of them, I think so.
Mr. Hawley, aye.
Is Josh Hawley? Mm-hmm.
Ms. Ernst, aye.
Look at their body language over there. It looks like they're at a funeral. Their hands are clasped. Looks like they're looking down into a casket as it's descending down into the ground. This is the saddest day. The saddest day of my life is the day that we reopened the government. It's because you lose. You lose. We win. Trump wins. The Republicans win. You lose. Sucks to suck. You suck. It's the way that it goes. We are at 55. All right, folks, we are going to see if a deal has been made. Can we get up here to 56? We're going to set a new personal record here today. Let's go. 56. Put it on the board. Get it on the board. By the way, Corky VG over in the Rumble chat. Hey, thank you. God bless you too. Thank you. Thank you. Redneck Renegade, he says, Newsmax has posted on Facebook that the bill has passed as we're watching it live. Yeah, they're a little bit jumping the gun. I think Newsmax is jumping the gun there. It still technically could fail. It could, I guess. Maybe the deal falls through right now. I don't know. Probably not, but you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch. Right now we got some eggs, but I'm not counting chickens yet. It's not over until the fat lady sings. How many idioms do we need for this? Now, MD Turnerinos, he says, I never have voted Democrat, but I'd vote for Fetterman before any rhino. Yeah, man. What a snafu. What a pickle to be in. Rhino? I guess it would depend on the rhino. That's a tough one. I would have to see the exact situation. I'd have to have some more information on that one. What are the details? What are the deets? Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Curb Your Enthusiasm, he says, come on, you lying bastard, 5 more votes. I hate seeing the TSA. I work with suffer remover Schumer's bullshit. You hate seeing the TSA I work with. Oh, you work with the TSA? Yeah, that's got to be annoying. Yeah, I try to minimize my interaction with the TSA.
Mr. Grassley, aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, there. Oh, 56. Ladies and gentlemen, that is vote number 56 right there. That's a big one. That's a big deal. So that, to me, that pretty much confirms that some deal, some type of deal has pushed through here. Something happened. Something has changed. Something has changed here. The previous record was 55. It's happening. Everybody says it's never going to happen. They say nothing is ever happening. Well, I think it might be happening. I don't think so with the $5 super chat. Slotkin says no. Okay. Hey, we don't want to see too many more no's. Now, here's what's going to be curious. Are we going to end up with 60 votes yay or like 62 votes yay? Are we going to be right on the nose, right on the money here? Are we going to cut it that close, or did they lock in an extra one? They got 61 or 62. I don't know. Time will tell here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Rosa Perone. Thank you, Rose. Hey, thank you very much, Rosa. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm happy you're tuning in. Thank you very, very much.
Mr. Peters, no.
I was talking to a friend of mine. He also does political content here on YouTube. I don't want to put him on blast, so I'm not going to say who he is, but he does political commentary on YouTube. And he said, hey, what's your...
Mr. Ossoff, no.
Oh. 36. He said, hey, what's your gender breakdown? What percent of your viewers are women? What percent of your viewers are men? I said, it's 25-75, 25% women.
Mr. Schumer, no.
Schumer said no. Folks, this is down to the wire. Anyway, the point is, there is a disproportionate amount of women tuning into this broadcast. We have a lot of female members of this community. I had almost 3 times as many female viewers as my friend who's also making political content. We have all the MAGA moms, all the MAGA grandmas. Listen, I don't want to brag here, but MAGA moms and MAGA grandmas love this broadcast, okay? I'm not trying to brag about that, but all the MAGA women love this broadcast. And we love it. That's good. This is down to the wire. At most, we can only have 3 more nay votes. We cannot see that nay number go over 40. It's not good. That's bad. And of course, we need 4 more yays. It's coming down to the wire here. Flat Better, thank you very much. Ruby Hoof, thank you again. Thank you. Rosa, again, thank you. Curb Your Enthusiasm, he says, ah, shit, it's not going to pass. I think it will. I'm remaining optimistic here. I've got optimism.
Mr. Coons, no.
There's 38. It's getting close. It's getting close here. Come on now. For me, this is more exciting than like watching the Super Bowl. Super Bowl, whatever. It's probably rigged anyway. Now, ending the shutdown. Now, day 40 of the government shutdown. All right. I'm going to get some chicken wings, some buffalo flavored chicken wings, and I crack open a Bud Light. We're going to be tuning in. We're tuning in. This is exciting. We still have a couple outstanding votes here. Come on. It makes you wonder, why are some of these people not voting? Like, hello, wake up, get out of your chair. What are you doing sitting back there texting? Get out of your chair. Come on.
Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
Folks, we can only afford one more no. We can only have one more no. Now, how crazy would it be if this vote fails? What if the emergency Republican contingency plan is, if this vote falls through, they say, all right, guess what? We're going nuclear. We're going nuclear right now. We are going nuclear now. Activate the nuclear launch codes. That's probably not going to happen, but that would be pretty cinematic. That would be pretty cool, but it's probably not going to happen. And also, I still think that this vote is going through. I believe. I'm still optimistic here. I have not given up hope. In fact, spoiler, the next vote is going to be yay. I have a premonition here. I'm looking into the future. Yeah, foresight here. The next vote will be a yay. I've seen it in a vision. Give it time. Take a look. Watch. Any second now.
Mr. Booker, no.
Okay. I think I was talking about the next vote. I must have accidentally looked a little bit too far ahead. I think I was looking at the one after that. My bad. So the next one is going to be a yay. Folks, we cannot have any more nays. That's bad. We cannot have a single nay. We got to see some yays here, okay? Come on. Lock in. Dial it in. Patriots, lock in. Dial in. Let's go. It's game time. It's time to save the Republic, Patriots. Here we go. If we see another nay, it's over. It's done. We cannot have another one. We're on the razor's edge right now. Come on now. This really is like coming down to the end. It sure is. There's Sheehy down there. There's Thune. Come on. Come on now. Just give me one more. Just give me one more. Give me one more yay. Just give me one more yay, and then we can have some type of negotiation. Just give me one yay, and then we can talk. And then we'll talk about it. Just give me a little something here. Just one, and then we'll see where we're at. How about that? Just a little yay. Just a little one more yay for the time being. Troubleshooter just gifted 5 memberships. Over in Rumble. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a big one on Rumble too. That's a big one. Thank you very much. Don't jinx it. Okay, I'm not going to jinx it. No jinxing. I will. Okay, I'm going to cross my fingers, kiss them, knock on wood. Okay. I want as much good luck as we can possibly have here. Here we go. Back to what I was saying a minute ago. It's like, why are some of these senators taking so long to vote? What are they doing? Are they stuck in the bathroom? Come on. Place your vote. Literally the entire country is waiting right now. There are 350 million people waiting for these 4 senators to get off their big butts and go vote here. What's going on? What is going on? You think they're just trying to maximize the drama? They're trying to build the suspense and build up the tension? Yeah, that might be the case. They're trying to put on a show. We have a massive super chat over in Rumble from EP Miller, 1158. He says, "Thank you, Matt. We enjoyed the broadcast." Well, it's still going. Hopefully it ends in a big climax here. Hopefully it doesn't just putter out. And what I mean by that is hopefully we have this government shutdown comes to an end. We are all sitting here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. I'm not even going to lie to you right now. You know, to be honest, the second this government shutdown comes to an end, I'm going to have to find something else to talk about on my YouTube videos, because as you might have noticed, every single day for like 40 days now, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's day number 29 of the ongoing it's day number 37 of the... I'm going to have to find something else to talk about. Because every day this has been my YouTube videos and my videos on Rumble. I'm going to have to get a new script. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's day number 13 of the... Yeah. I'm going to have to get some new material. But no, we hope it comes to an end here tonight. Let's go. Shut it down. Or, no. Reopen it. Don't shut it down. Reopen it. Reopen it. Reopen it. It passed? No, it has not passed. No. The government is not open yet. It has not passed. We need 4 more votes. To put this into perspective, we can have at most 40 nays. We have 40 nays. The next 4 votes, we are missing 4 votes. All 4 of these votes need to be yay. If we get one more yay, if we get one more nay, I mean, it's over. The government is going to remain shut down. This is on a razor's edge. Right now, we are living on a prayer. And thank you, E.P. Miller, again. Thank you again. Blue Goblin, he says, the Democrat turncoats are getting mugged in the bathroom. Yeah, they're getting beat up in the bathroom maybe right now. You traitor. Bruce Rice gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you know, what might be happening right here, this is John Thune. He might be having a powwow here with some of the Senate Republicans trying to convince them. Maybe there's some, I don't know. I don't know. Well, no. That's not what's happening, because we already know 52 of the 53 Senate Republicans are voting yes. They've always been voting yes. So he's not over here trying to convince these guys. They've already been voting yes. The only Republican that's not voting yes has been, Rand Paul. And I haven't even seen him. I haven't even seen him at all tonight. I don't know where he is. I don't know. I don't know. 4 Republicans are talking with Thune. These Republicans have always been voting yes. Unless the Republicans flipped. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they're just hanging out. I think they're probably talking about their favorite TV shows on Netflix right now, probably. That's my guess. Real Max 5 says the Democrats trying to discourage their own members. Probably. Yep. You can imagine how much internal pressure there is amongst the Democrats right now to not vote for this. You're right about that. Jeff Green says we need Mel Gibson to ride through on a horse. Freedom. I heard Mel Gibson is making the Passion of the Christ 2. That'll be exciting. He's calling it the Resurrection, I think is what he's calling it. Cool. Cool. Hey, thank you. Thank you, by the way. Mountain's twin on Rumble says, just sending love, appreciate the optimism. Oh, well, thank you. Hey, I'm reciprocating love. Thank you very much. I'm reciprocating love to all of you in the most platonic, friendly way, because I am married. Do not try anything because I am a married man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And also we have Desert West Jen gifted a Rumble Premium. Thank you. Thank you very much. Those are big on Rumble. Thank you very much. What was your name, Jan? Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Jan. Jan, where are these votes? We're missing 4 votes. Has anybody seen them? I feel like I'm looking for them. Where are they? Where did my votes go? Are they under my desk? Are they? I don't know where they are. They're missing. I don't know where they are. But no, I don't think the 4 missing votes are Republicans. These Republicans here. Because the Republicans, 52 of 53 of them have been always voting yes for this. They've voted yes for this 14 times. So I don't think that they would flip today. I don't think so. We'll see. We'll see. 28,000 viewers. That's true. Wow, that's a lot. Plus another 16,000 on Rumble. That's like 28,000 plus 15,000. That's like a billion. That's like a billion viewers, maybe 10 billion tuning in right now. I can't even count that high. Well, hey, thank you. Thank you very much. I better not make any mistakes or say anything stupid. There's a lot of people tuning in right now. Well, hey, thank you everybody for being here tonight. Thank you very much. It's a big night. Well, it has the potential to be a big night. It's not a big night yet, but it has the potential to be a big night. So we are fingers crossed right now. Fingers crossed right now. Thank you very much. I'll say it again. Hey, make sure to like and to subscribe and follow and do all that stuff. It really does help with the whole algorithm, the way that it works. Thank you very much. It really does. Rene Pastrano. I like your name. I like that name. He says they are probably trying to get a deal for their state for a vote. RJ Pastrano in Texas. Yeah. Man, the amount of negotiations here, I'm sure all types of promises are being thrown around right now. I think you're right. So, you know, they are wheeling and dealing. There's no doubt about that. Thank you. Thank you, by the way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Trump got booed. I saw Trump got booed at this NFL game today. Even worse, Trump got booed when he was swearing in some U.S. military service members. He was like going through the whole script and he had people booing. Terrible. Terrible. Terrible people. How could you do it? Thank you very much. Saturn Dreaming of Mercury says they probably sent their votes by carrier pigeons to avoid getting mugged by their own party. You know, that, or I think a lot of these Democrats, they are living in hell. And they have to show up to work. They've got to crawl out of their sulfur pit every morning. And at least that's how I imagine. I imagine Chuck Schumer living in some type of molten lava, sulfurous, cavern, some fissure in the ground, and every morning he has to crawl out of it, like some demonic beast. That's what I imagine, at least. Who knows if that's true? I don't know. We can only speculate. We may never know the truth. I don't know. You think so? Yeah, probably. Probably. Tiger Dirty says, I hope the Republicans are having a powwow to end the filibuster. Yeah. If they're having any powwow, I hope they're talking about dropping a nuclear bomb. I want to see some nuclear bombs go off here. Yeah. Yeah. In my dream fantasy here is, if this vote right now fails, I hope the immediate Republican response is, okay, we are nuking the filibuster. One way or another, this government is opening up tonight. You can either vote alongside us, and it's coming down to the wire here, or we can drop a radioactive atomic bomb right on top of the filibuster, and we're going to open up the government on our own. Now, is that going to happen? Probably not, but we can dream. But we can dream. But yeah, that's probably not going to happen. The N-word. Yeah, listen, I got to be honest, man. I have been saying the N-word a lot lately. President Trump said there's two different N-words. There's all different types of N-words. I have been saying the N-word a lot lately. So I apologize. I apologize for that. Maybe it's a little bit insensitive. Nuclear. I said it again. I did it again. Kerbier, he says, Trump and the GOP need to focus more on Americans, not foreigners. I think the Trump admin has gotten the message. I think one of the big criticisms of the first year of Trump's presidency here is that he's been focusing too much on issues abroad. Solving other people's problems, solving other countries' problems, as opposed to really dialing in and focusing on solving America's problems. And that does seem to be one of the most legitimate or common criticisms of the Trump admin so far. Focus on America. Focus less on, it's great. You're the peace president. You're solving wars all over the world, 9 different wars or whatever. We got to solve the problems here in America. And even more so than that, a lot of Americans right now, rightfully so, are having economic problems. It's the American economy. Focus on the American economy. So that's at least that's what I see. Those are the big criticisms of Trump that I see right now. Not coming from the left, but coming from the right. Coming from conservative Republican Americans. It's economy, focus on domestic issues. That's what I see. I need to get caught up on these. MD says, down with the gerontocracy, and I am in my 70s. Congress term and age limits now. Yeah, definitely term limits. Definitely term limits. Definitely term limits. There is it's a black woman, a Democratic representative in Congress, not the Senate. It's a black woman. Forget her name. She like literally has dementia. Like, I wish I remembered her name. There is literally, she's 80-something or in her late 70s. She is a sitting Democratic House rep, and she literally has dementia, and she is still serving in Congress. It's like, dude, what is going on here? What is... No, it's not. It's not Maxine Waters. It's someone else. I understand why you say Maxine Waters, but it's not. It's another one. There's another one. There's another one. Well, we've seen some of these. We have seen some of these senators clear out. There are still some in the room here. Anthony says, friend in Texas says, CNN reporting we have 60 votes. Is this really the vote? This is the live vote. This is the live vote. I'm seeing some people in the chat say the vote failed. No, ladies and gentlemen, we need 60 votes. There are four senators that have not voted yet. 100 senators total. 40 have said no. We need 60 to say yes. So the remaining four, all of them have to vote yes. And so right now we are in stasis. We are waiting. I don't know why these other 4 senators have not voted yet, but we are waiting. We're waiting for them to vote. Now I'm going to take a look around and check the news here. I guess it is conceivable that maybe some of the senators just like called in a no-show. If they called in a no-show, then maybe it doesn't matter. I'm just going to take a look around here real quick. They're traveling to D.C. I don't think any of them even left D.C. All of them were in D.C. all week and also all weekend. I don't think any of them left. I think they're all in town. Mail-in voting. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our mail-in voting results. And we have 157 senators have voted. Well, that's the way it is. That's the way mail-in voting goes. We have had 157 out of 100 senators vote, thanks to mail-in voting. No, I'm not seeing any confirmation anywhere on the internet about this. The voting is ongoing. It's ongoing. It's ongoing. It's not over. It's not over yet. So really the question is where in the hell are these 4 senators? Where are my senators? Where are these senators? Democrats are playing prison rules on their side. Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. This is Lumpy. He says, thank you, Lumpy. Rand Paul is sitting in the front row behind the group of Republicans circle at 11 o'clock from the lady in the red doing the count. So, like, that would be, like, right here. Well, I don't see him there. That'd be, like, right here. I don't see him there. Maybe he's a little bit further back. That might be. Maybe he's a row or two back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Curb Your Enthusiasm, he says, last super chat, this mixed Gen Z Nevada GOP member, aka me, believes it will not pass, sadly. So here is the reason why I am remaining optimistic right now. We saw Chuck Schumer have a total public meltdown in the Senate chamber about an hour ago. He was freaking out. He was mad about this. We saw Bernie Sanders similarly have an even more insane public meltdown. Moments before Schumer did. He was mad about this. We know Elizabeth Warren is seething. Elizabeth Warren is melting down. We know that. And so, I feel like all of these far left Democrat senators here, I feel like they wouldn't be so mad. They wouldn't be so enraged right now, tonight of all nights, if they didn't know the jig was up. I think a deal has been reached, and I'm backing that statement up just by looking at how mad all these far left Democrat senators are. What seems to have happened, this is my assessment here, my personal assessment here. It seems as if Trump and the Senate Republicans went over Schumer's head. Schumer is in charge of the Senate Democrats. He's the leader of the Senate Democrats. He's been a firm no, staunch no. No. Seems like Trump and the Senate Republicans, they went behind Schumer's back. Seems like they said, okay, well, if we can't negotiate with you, Schumer, we're just going to start going to your senators. We're just going to start trying to we're going to slowly pick off your senators one by one and make deals with them. We're going to navigate around you, Schumer. We're going to go around the wall, so to speak. And so that seems like what's happened. And that's why Schumer is so mad, because he was cut out of the equation. This deal was made without Schumer's consent. Seems to be what the situation is. And Schumer is not happy about it. Schumer's not happy about it. Term limits. Okay, this is from Sammy over in Rumble. He says, term limits are a joke. If term limits are imposed, it'll only accelerate corruption. Less time to get your goodies. Limits will make corruption worse. I think you could have a really good argument about this back and forth, and maybe now's not the time for it. I guess the question is it more difficult to buy off a senator who's only going to be there for 6 years, or a senator who you think might be there for 26 years? Who is easier to control? A 6-year senator or a 26-year senator, or whatever? Whatever, a 30-year senator in this case. I got to do the math on that. I think it's probably easier to buy off a long-term senator and to control a long-term senator than a short-term senator or House rep. Probably. Anyway, I think you could have a great discussion about that. I think you could. Maybe I could be convinced. Thank you though. I appreciate that. Thank you though. I think I'm really falling behind on these super chats. It is 56-40. We are missing 4 votes. These 4 votes got to come on up. Any second now, we're going to get a number here. Believe it too. Hey, thank you for tuning in. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, LV Media Group, I appreciate that. I'll take your word for this. He says, senators left to vote. Cornyn, Mike Lee, Rick Scott, Johnson, all Republicans. So, okay, if that is true, I'll take your word for it. Seems like we are probably locked in. We're probably locked in. Raider Ian, he says, Matt, I think you missed seeing this on the TV. 8 Democrats voted yes. Well, that's my problem, is I'm not looking at a TV. I'm just talking to you guys. I am on the official congress.gov website. So, you know what? That might be the case. Because every time one of them votes, actually. Okay. Rick Scott, Johnson, Scott, Lee, Cornyn, allegedly. I think we're backing up here, yep. It does seem to be the case. Okay, well, now here's the next question then. Here's the next question. Why, if they are 4 Republicans, if I take your word here, why have they not voted? Why have these 4 Republicans not voted? Let's go, guys. Get the show on the road. Right? Let's get the show on the road. What is taking so long here? Lisa says we need shutdown to last until December 2nd so we can start devolution. I don't know why, and I don't even really know what that means. But maybe. I'm not sure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Somebody's spamming the... Is that right? I'm looking for a spammer. Is somebody spamming the chat? I don't see him here. I'll keep an eye out for that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know what I will do real quick? How about this? I'm going to quickly flip on. Do we have any audio here? Yeah.
The American people want Congress to make. Over the last several weeks, I've heard from Granite Staters who can't afford a doubling of their health insurance.
Okay, this is totally unrelated. We don't care about that. I tried to add some more information here, but I think that's just totally who cares. That's totally who cares. I think right now, folks, it's this shutdown is probably over. I'm saying that with 99.9% certainty. But we do need to see these final 4 senators lock it in. Because once again, all it would take is one of these 4 senators to vote no, and it's over. And it's game over. So we are on standby. I'm going to go scan, I'm scanning X here. President Trump earlier tonight, he said that he thinks the shutdown is coming to an end. Politico, Fox News, CNN, everybody's saying the deal has been struck to end the shutdown. Believe It Too is waiting for EMTs to arrive and resuscitate the Democrat leaders. Yeah, it's worth a shot. We got to dump some cold water on these guys. Wake up. Whether it's Republicans or Democrats, let's go. Let's go. Did Rand vote? I think Rand has already voted no. You know, I'm not trying to be rude here. I'm actually curious. What is Rand Paul's biggest accomplishment in the Senate? It seems like Rand Paul really is just there to kind of counter-signal everything. What is, like, if I was having a conversation with Rand Paul, what is your biggest accomplishment? I'd be curious to know what he would say. But anyway, no, he's been a no. He's been a no on this. He has voted no on this 14 times. 14 times. Did the vote take this long last time they had a vote? Was there a delay? Well, the answer is no. But the reason why the answer is no is because in the past, we would always very quickly pass 41 or 40 nays. In the past, because this is the 15th vote. In the past, very quickly, we would have 41, 42, 43 nays, and then you just know, all right, mathematically, it's over. But tonight, a deal has been made, allegedly. Seems to be the case. Seems to be the case. And we don't have 41 nays, we've got 40. Which is the most we can have. And so that's where we are. Meaning the 4 remaining... Uh-oh, ladies and gentlemen! Who wants some drama? Who wants to hear about some political drama? Breaking news here. Democratic representative in the House, Ro Khanna, has said, quote, Senator Chuck Schumer is no longer effective and should be replaced. Chuck Schumer is up for re-election, I believe, in 2026. I think 2026. It might be 2020. I got to get a confirmation. It might be 2028. I'll look into that here in a second. But anyway, what has happened tonight, it seems as if President Trump and the Senate Republicans have been able to fracture the Democrats. It seems like they have been able to work out a deal with the Senate Democrats without Chuck Schumer knowing it. Trump has outmaneuvered Schumer. Trump is making deals with Senate Democrats, and Chuck Schumer doesn't even know about it. Chuck Schumer is supposed to be the leader of the Senate Democrats, and Trump has cut him out of the equation in order to get the government reopened. So, it's true. Democratic Representative Ro Khanna is totally correct about this. Chuck Schumer is no longer effective. He is no longer effective. Trump has been able to outmaneuver him here. Seems to be the case. There is the drama. So, you know, ladies and gentlemen, tonight it's already happening. Tomorrow, we are going to see so much infighting. The amount of because the Democrats have caved. They cut a deal with Trump. They cut Schumer out of the picture. They went over his head or around him. There's going to be a lot of Democrat infighting because everybody's going to know the Democrats caved. Trump won, the Senate Republicans won, the Democrats caved, Chuck Schumer lost, and there will be infighting here. They're going to be stabbing knives into each other's backs. You already see they are already stabbing knives into each other's backs here. Actually, I've got another one. It's already happening. It's already happening. How about this one? Can I play this here?
Pennsylvania. Congressman Boyle, thanks so much. I saw your statement on this deal, such as it is. I think you said you were a hell no on the deal. You know, no way to sugarcoat it, I guess. Can you explain how you interpret why this deal came together now, a few days after this blowout election?
This is another Democrat House rep. Democrat Rep Brendan Boyle in the House.
Where Democrats seem to be taking a victory lap, well, literally taking a victory lap, or at least had a victory. Why now would Democrats in the Senate decide to lay down their arms, potentially end this shutdown, when the terms that are being offered by Republicans don't seem to have changed?
I can't explain it because, to be frank, to me, it makes absolutely no sense. I am completely perplexed by today's developments, or really the developments of the last few hours. On Tuesday, we essentially had the proof that the American people overwhelmingly were on the Democrats' side of this argument.
That is a very interesting way to interpret reality. I wouldn't say that, but okay.
Polls have been showing for weeks, over a month, that a pretty large number of Americans were with us. But people always question about the validity of polls. Where here we had on Tuesday the ultimate poll, and Democrats won everywhere. I mean, I'll take Pennsylvania, for example.
Yeah, Democrats won elections in a bunch of blue states. Whoa, a Democrat won an election in a blue state. Whoa. It's not exactly that shocking.
Every competitive race, or race that thought was going to be competitive, we won by double digits. We won in Clearfield County, a place that had not elected a Democrat in over a decade and that Donald Trump had carried by more than 50 points. That's how sweeping the victory was on Tuesday. So it's pretty clear that, we went to the polls. The American people understood that Republicans were making their costs go up, that Democrats were fighting to bring costs down and fight to save the health care of the American people. And now all of a sudden, after this big victory, it's the Democratic side, or at least enough Democrats in the Senate, that are essentially caving. Again, it just makes no sense to me.
Congressman, there was,
Okay, folks, I'm going to say something here that might sound a little bit racist. And frankly, I think it might sound a little bit racist because it probably is a little bit racist, to be honest with you. in the year 2025, if you are a white man voting for the Democrats, you have to be so incompetently stupid. Like, white men, do you not understand? There's a reason why 85% of white men vote Republican. The Democrat Party literally hates you. They think you are Satan, demon incarnate. Their entire goal, white man, is to replace you. They hate you. You are Satan as far as they are concerned. I can't even fathom it. You have to be so freaking stupid. You have to be so stupid. Every single woe or problem in the world is the fault of a white man. But still, some of them are voting Democrat. It really is astounding. Anyway, so there's my racist monologue. The reason why I played that MSNBC clip, we love MSNBC. No, it's because there is a civil war going on inside the Democrat Party right now. They are pissed off. They are raging out about Chuck Schumer. Representative Ro Khanna, Senator Schumer should be replaced ASAP. Ro Khanna just said what half the party's been whispering for years. Senator Schumer is no longer effective and should be replaced. If you can't lead the fight to stop healthcare premiums from skyrocketing for Americans, what will you fight for, Chuck Schumer? So the Democrats are tearing themselves apart right now. They're having total meltdown. I will say, man, everybody here has to follow me on Twitter. You really should do it. You got to follow on Twitter. That's the best place to be. There it is. There's a link in the chat. Matt Morris TV. I'm gonna try to find some more of these Democrat meltdowns. And so here's the funny thing. Chuck Schumer himself voted no. Chuck Schumer voted no. But still, because some members of the Democratic Senate are voting in alignment with the Senate Republicans, his own party's eating him alive. They're tearing him up. He's the leader. And his party is fracturing. The Senate Democrats are fracturing under his leadership. And now they're pissed off. Now they're mad. Now, where are these votes? We are still missing 4 votes. Where are the votes? I'll get caught up on some super chats. 2367 here. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The news is saying it's over. Okay, the only reason why anybody would say this is over right now is because the 4 remaining votes seem to be Republican senators that have voted yes in the past. And so I think some news outlets are kind of jumping the gun. And to be honest, they are probably right. They are probably right. All 4 of these remaining senators are going to vote yes. That's probably true. But I like to lock it in. I like to lock it in. I want to lock it in before I call it a wrap. I play it safe. We want to be conservative with it. So that's how I feel. Craig Custer says, meow and shit is your spammer. Check comments on every super chat. By the way, Fox News just said 8 Democrats cross lines. Seems to be the case. Thank you, Craig. So we've got a name of the spammer. Meow. I'm looking for him. Where is he? Do we have a spam? Oh, there he is. Hold up. All right. Papers, please. Sir, I'm going to need some identification here. I'm taking a look. I can see his channel activity. Loading. Well. Cannot. Ooh. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it would seem as if we have discovered a spammer in the chat. Can you believe that? All right, listen, sir. There he is. Sir, listen, you're going to have to go into timeout. You have committed the cardinal sin of spam. You are not allowed to do that. Do not do that. That guy is copy pasting. He's letting it loose. Huh. Thank you. Okay, so thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Last 4 votes are at Arby's. We got the meats. Dude, Arby's is so gross. I'm sorry. Listen, no disrespect to Arby's, but man, it's so gross. Oh, it's gross. Right now, I'm kind of scrolling around here. We have a clip from Scott Jennings on CNN. Take a look at this one. Did it fail? No, it seems like it's passing.
How are Republicans going to use leverage in their fight with Democrats when the Democrats are actually the ones with the upper hand in the eyes of voters?
Oh, I'm sure Democrats will be more than happy to open the government now. The election's over. I mean, part of the reason they shut it down was to get through tonight.
I mean, I
would suspect they'll be glad to open it up by the end of the week.
Yet another white man W. Yet another victory. Yet another complete and total victory for the white man. Look at his face. He's like, really? Really? You are so stupid. Really? That classic Scott Jennings face. You are so stupid. Really? It's all about the lips. And she's like, there's no way. Well, guess what happened tonight, lady? Hey, lady, what's your name? I don't even know. Guess what happened, lady? The Democrats caved. Donald Trump wins. The Senate Republicans win. The government is reopening. You are so stupid, lady. Really? This is what it feels like. Yet another victory here. I need to let the clip finish. I paused. I have to finish this.
How are Republicans going to use leverage in their fight with Democrats when the Democrats are actually the ones with the upper hand in the eyes of voters?
Oh, I'm sure Democrats will be more than happy to open the government now. The election's over. I mean, part of the reason they shut it down was to get through tonight.
I mean, I
would suspect they'll be glad to open it up by the end of the week.
Adam Schiff, he was like, hold the line.
AOC, there's lots of rumors of people wanting to open it.
Look, I don't see what is the incentive for Democrats to back down when voters are basically saying Trump's not doing enough, it's the Republicans' fault, and then they basically handed the keys in this past election to the Democrats. Where's the leverage?
Again, these are blue states electing Democrats, not a shock. Democrats clearly wanted this shutdown to get through Election Day. I do think they are facing pressure from their internal coalitions. The unions, the air traffic controllers, the government employee unions are desperate to get the government back open. They're feeling a little bit of internal heat. But again, the election's now over. I'm sure tomorrow morning phones will start ringing and it'll be open soon enough. This was a political shutdown, and that's what they did, and now we're through the election.
So as it would turn out, he was right and she was wrong, much to nobody's surprise. Right now, we are still waiting on 4 votes. Where are these guys? Do we know? Are they asleep at the hotel or what? Listen, these guys need to get fired. Okay, so we know that 8 Democrat senators have joined the Republicans to reopen the government. Durbin, Hassan, King, Cortez Masto, Kaine. That's surprising. Shaheen, Rosen, and Fetterman. Tim Kaine, this guy is terrible. This guy's evil. I don't know if you remember this. This was about a month and a half ago or 2 months ago. Whenever this story broke that Jay Jones, remember the Jay Jones text message scandal where he was texting somebody about murdering the children of conservatives? By the way, Democrats went on to vote for him. He is now the Attorney General of Virginia. He won the election. Democrats are disgusting. They actually voted for this guy. Anyway, Tim Kaine was asked about a month and a half ago whether or not he would disavow what Jay Jones had to say. And he said, no. 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 I don't care. Doesn't matter. But anyway, Tim Kaine, surprisingly, has voted to reopen the government here alongside the Republicans. Shocking, shocking, shocking. Shocking. Oh, here, I was going to look up what year is Schumer up for re-election. Okay, it's 2028. So Schumer, at a minimum, is going to be here another 3 years. On the nose, November 7th, 2028. I would imagine he just retires. I bet he steps down. How old Schumer? He's 74. Okay, so he will be 77. Senate term is 6 years. He would be 83 by his next term, by the end of his next term, should he win. He's one of these guys. He might just cling to power as long as he is alive. He might be trying to serve in the Senate until he's like 100 years old. You know, he's one of those guys. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, we have all seen, though, that the radically progressive Democrat base these days, they're not happy. They don't like Schumer. Schumer is too old. And, I mean, there's another component here. Like, I'm just going to say this. We just got to talk about the elephant in the room. The young, radically progressive Democrat base, they're like some of the most anti-Semitic people on the planet. And Schumer is an old, less progressive Jewish man. His ass is getting kicked out of the party. He has, just talk about the elephant in the room. He does not have support of this like new, younger generation of Democrat progressive voters. They don't like him. They don't like him. So he is. If he doesn't retire, he probably is getting replaced. That would be my speculation here. There's a lot at play. We will find out. No, this is live. This is a live feed. We're not behind. We're not missing anything. This is live. I'm starting to question whether or not these four remaining they are Republican. Whether or not these four remaining Republican senators are going to vote tonight. Are they even here? Are they even going to vote tonight? Or what? Like, what is up? What is up? I'm scanning around here. Uh-huh. We've got more spammers. Unbelievable. Hey, don't do it. I've got to say, listen, we've got, between the Rumble chat and the YouTube chat, what do we have, like 40,000 people here or something more? We only have one spammer. That's pretty good. One spammer, 40-something thousand people. That's pretty good ratio. Can't complain too much about that. Live shutdown updates here. I just want to know if these other four senators are going to vote tonight. That's what I want to know. That's all. A deal was reached. We all know that. Yes, a deal was reached. That's what all these news websites are reporting. That is true. We have had 8 Democrat senators vote to reopen the government. We always had 3. There were always 3 Democrat senators voting yes. So the deal was 5 more. 5 more came on over to vote to reopen. Yes, they have. They did that. All of them, all of these 8 Democrats have voted already. Now we're missing 4 Republicans. Where are the 4 Republicans? I'm seeing some action. People are walking around. What's going on? Oh.
Mr. Johnson. Aye.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Lee. Aye. Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye.
Okay. We are 1 vote away, ladies and gentlemen. 1 vote away. So, what were these guys waiting on? They were up there in the nosebleeds back there. What are they doing? Playing mobile games on their iPhone? What are they doing up there? What is the holdup? For me, listen, I'm young. I'm like, man, it's getting late. I want to go to bed soon. These guys are like 70. Guys, on the East Coast, it's like, it's almost 10 p.m. That's past my bedtime. 10 p.m. I can't stay up that late. We gotta wrap it up. We gotta go to bed. We need 1 more. That being said, one more. Now we have a super chat over here in Rumble. Falcon's Disciple again. Hey, thank you. He says, Tim Kaine's son, Woody, is a member of Antifa and was arrested for setting off a bomb in the Minnesota Capitol building and squaring off against a cop in 2017. That is, I've never heard about that. I guess it doesn't surprise me. That's insane. That's insane. Really shocking. Shocking. That's insane. I'll take your word for it. That is nuts. That is nuts. I'll tell you something crazy that's kind of tangential. Your super chat reminded me of this. Real quick, I want to make sure I'm not missing any of these. Craig Custer, thank you for the super chat. I don't want to miss anything. Mo Dangerous said, Meow is now Fook Israel. He was Meow. Okay, I banned him. I saw that. Thank you. He was also spamming. Thank you very much. What happened to Trump sending the National Guard to Portland? Still, there are court hangups, lower court hangups is the problem. And thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Jimmy. Actually, the Supreme Court is going to weigh in on that here pretty soon. You guys know I grew up in the Portland, Oregon area. Actually, literally in Portland, Oregon. You would not believe how many people I went to middle school with, high school with, like people like other boys that I was friends with, that I played on sports teams with when I was like 13, 14, whatever, that now are women. Now they're women. If I had to, I'm trying to think, probably four boys that I was friends with, I played with as a kid or a teenager. Now all of us are 30. I'm 31. Now they are women or something. now there's something else. Now there's something different than what they used to be. This is what it's like growing up. This is Portland. That's Portland, Oregon for you. Anyway, now they're women. We have a super chat here from Joe Nuclear. It says, my name is Aaron, my boyfriend. I share his YouTube. Thank you for all your hard work. God bless you. Oh, Aaron, so Aaron is on Joe's account. Well, hey, thank you very much. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. You know, I got a comment like that the other day. It was so cute. I'm trying to find this. I took a screenshot. I sent it to my wife because it was the cutest thing ever. I don't know if I can find this. Anyway, it was an old woman, I could tell. Here it is. Said, hi, I'm Loretta, using Frank's account with his permission. You're right, Matt Morrison. Matt Morrison, you're right. My name is Loretta, and I'm using Frank's account. And you're right. It's just cute. It was cute. We love Loretta. We love Aaron. We love her boyfriend, Joe Nuclear. Hey, thank you. We love Frank. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're missing one more vote right now, folks. One more. One more vote. Welcome to the show. Bought and paid for. Oh, I was talking to you on Twitter today. Hey, all love, all respect, much love, and God bless. We were having a Twitter dialogue today. Much love, God bless. We were talking Christian theology on Twitter. As you do. That's the best place to talk about it, is on Twitter. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kyle Lawson. Thank you, Kyle Lawson. I was like, Kylela? Thank you, Kyle. We're waiting on one vote. One vote is going to be the make or break. The make or break on this. The make or break. And I think we're going to get the vote. Let me take a look here. Joanne Herring says, I'm from Portland too. It's embarrassing. It's just sad. It's sad to see the way Portland has gone. Even just 15 years ago, Portland was always liberal and hipster and kind of hippie-ish and weird, but it wasn't like how it is now, you know. I can tolerate liberal hipster weirdos, whatever. It's fine. They're fine. But when they're like violent trans-Tifa members, you know, and it's a different vibe. It's a different vibe now these days. It's totally different. Thank you very much. Mo Danger says Morris Forest merch. Morris Forest merch. I don't know if I were to make some type of merch, I don't even know if anybody would buy it. I don't know. So maybe I don't. Maybe I'm not going to do it just because I don't know if anybody's going to buy it. I don't know. Maybe someday. Thank you, Mo Danger. Thank you very much. Thank you. You guys now are going crazy with the super chats. I'm falling behind on these super chats. Kyle says, I am in the Portland area now at 31 years old, and I think I've met your friends. Yeah, I mean, they are, or people like my friends, my old friends. They're everywhere. They are everywhere in Portland. They are everywhere. All over the place. There's a lot of them. Thank you. And Taz, thank you. Thank you very much. Incendiary Bear gifted 5 memberships on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Folks, we are waiting on one final vote. We need one vote. That's it. If we get one more vote, we're good. We're going to lock it in. Terry Owens on Rumble says, I would buy your merch. I've thought about it a little bit. I'm not sure if I like the name Morse Force. I'm not sure if I would have any merch that says Morse Force. I would probably do something a little bit different, but it would be from me still. There's something I'm thinking about. If I was ever going to do anything, it would be hats. I would make some type of hat. And the problem is it's got to be made in America. It's difficult to find a manufacturer in America. A lot of this stuff is like made in China. So it's got to be made in America. It's got to be all American. You can't have some Chinese or Malaysian sweatshop pumping out your America First hats or your merchandise. It's not going to work. Thank you, Terry. Art 3007 says, great job. Hey, thank you. Sincerely, thank you for tuning in. I really like doing these live news coverage broadcasts. I really do. It gives us a chance to kind of hang out and talk and get to know each other. Thank you. Thank you very much. I've also got to say, listen, I don't want to brag here. We have, 19,000, 24,000? Folks, say it again. This is a one-man show. We are doing the numbers, the viewership, all of it, the likes, the subscribers. We are doing the numbers here that literally multi-million-dollar studios would beg to do the numbers we're doing here. This is a one-man show. These other news outlets, they've got production teams and writing staffs and editors and research teams putting it all together. This is a one-man show. Entirely one-man operation. So I really do. I'm very appreciative. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much for tuning in, and even more than tonight, every day, watching the videos and subscribing and on following on X and everything. It does help. Helps a lot. Thank you very much. Means a lot. Thank you very much. You know, can I tell you something? I'm a little bit disappointed. I've got to say something. I need to address the elephant in the room here. I have been doing political coverage and political commentary now for about 11 months. It's been 11 months full-time, every day, pedal to the metal. I still have yet to be contacted by any foreign governments or lobby groups trying to buy me off. Nobody has tried to buy me off yet. Not that I would say yes, but it's like, what's wrong with me? What, am I radioactive? How come Israel has never tried to buy me off? Qatar. Hey, Qatar, you're not even trying to buy me off. Not a single lot. Hey, Russia, why is Russia's buying everybody else off? Why has Russia never sent me an email? Putin. I'm like, dude, what's wrong with me? Nobody has ever contacted. I'm just like doing my thing. Not that I would say yes, but it's like, what? Hello? What, am I toxic? What am I, radioactive? What am I, venomous? I don't bite. Come on. What's going on here? Not that I'm looking for a deal, but it's like, come on, I'm a little bit offended. Nobody's even offered. It's unbelievable. Retired Army vet on Rumble. He says, Matt, been listening to you for a few months. I just want to say great job. I listened through all the riots in Chicago and Portland. Keep up the great work. America first. Oh, hi, thank you. Hey, thank you. Cool. Thank you very much. Thank you for tuning in. The Portland stuff was nuts. We've had a lot of crazy like live coverage highlights. It's this shutdown saga. It was the Israel versus Iran ballistic missile Operation Midnight Hammer saga. That was just nuts. It's the Portland riots and Chicago saga. There's just been all types of crazy stuff. It's been a very eventful year. Maybe a little bit too eventful for me. I don't know. We got to take a little break. I don't know. We need to simmer down a little bit. Hey, thank you though. Thank you though. War Garble, he says, always watch your stream when you're on. Thanks for doing this with events. I misread that. Hey, thank you. I'm just happy people tune in. Without people like you and you, the viewers, there's no show unless you guys are watching the show. That's really the truth. So thank you. I appreciate that. Bear on Rumble, he says, Shh, my wife is watching in the other room. Don't bust me. She wants more shoes. Hilarious. Great coverage. Hey, listen, the wife of Bear one's, hey, listen, he's watching the broadcast. Hey. That's actually so funny. I hear this all the time. We're having couples tuning in, wife, husband, boyfriend, girlfriend. That's awesome. That's great. That's great. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. How many shoes do you need? How many pairs of shoes do you need? Really? Listen, this is a message to Bear's wife. You already have like 50 pairs of shoes. They're taking up the entire damn closet. You're taking up half the closet or more. How many shoes do you need? Enough is enough. You can only wear one pair at a time. You can't wear all 50 of them at the same time. And you keep buying shoes. You say, I'm going to wear them someday. You buy them and you don't even wear them. You buy them and you've never even worn them. Be honest. How many pairs of shoes do you have? You haven't even worn them once. Be honest. So enough is enough. Enough is enough. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Folks, we are waiting on one vote. We're waiting on one vote. And it is a Republican. It is a Republican. This is live. This is live. We are waiting on one vote. It is a Republican. And so I think it's fair to say, I don't want to jinx it. I do not want to jinx it here. But I think the shutdown is coming to an end. I think this thing is toast. Richard White says, my brother Gary owns Tsunami Bat Company in Sequim, Washington. Sequim, I haven't been there. I've not been there. Really, I recently spent 5 years living in Washington, but really I'm an Oregonian boy. And now I live in Idaho. I'm just all over the Pacific Northwest, I guess. I'm all over the place. That's cool. I'll look it up. That's cool though. Thank you. Hey, thank you. That's cool, though. We need one more vote. One more vote, folks. This is Cabin on the Water, he says, on YouTube, he says, thank you, by the way. If 50-50 is a tie per the U.S., then why is 60-40 not a tie under the filibuster rule? When does the VP get to cast his vote? So you have constitutional rules, and then rules that the Senate have self-imposed on themselves. So the 50-50 vice presidential tie buster, that's a constitutional component. The 60-40 filibuster rule, this is a self-imposed rule. In fact, when we talk about going nuclear, that really means overturning the self-imposed rule that the Senate has imposed on themselves. So different dynamic a little bit, but no, I know what you're talking about. Different dynamic. Little bit of a different dynamic. It's pronounced squim. You know what I would do if I were dictator for a day of this country? I would rename every single place in this country that is named after some Native American name. I would rename all of them to have some type of linguistically or rather etymologically European origin. Does that make sense? So, for instance, Washington that's a European name. It's etymologically European. Washington. Idaho is actually a Native American name. So I would rename all of them. Every single Native American name in the country is getting renamed to something European. Okay? That's on my day one dictator agenda. That's what I would do. The only thing I would allow is the Apache helicopter. Apache helicopters are cool. So Native Americans, you can keep the Apache helicopter, but beyond that, everything else has got to be European, etymologically European. That's what we've got to do. Sorry about that. That's the way that it is. No, both Idaho and Oregon, those are Native American names. Oregon is Native American also. Washington is not. I don't want to miss any super chats here, folks. We are just like waiting for the final vote. It's going to happen any minute now. Recently, we were waiting on standby, and then 3 votes came in altogether. So we are we're waiting on 1. I'm starting to wonder if this final individual here is even in attendance. Is he even here tonight? Does anybody know? I'm waiting to see here. I've got to say, mainstream media's reporting on this has been pretty terrible. Nobody out here is really getting the facts out tonight. I'm looking on all the websites. Maybe he's taking a nap. I don't know. It's Cornyn? Okay, let me look into this. Senator John Cornyn. Okay, Cornyn is not posting anything on X, on his X page. Does he have like a private page I can check? Team Cornyn. I don't see him anywhere. I don't even know if he's the one that's missing, by the way, but he's not posting anything. I'm not sure here. I really am falling behind on these super chats. I think it's possible he just shows up and votes yay any second now. Your heritage is English, not European. Well, who lives on the English Isles? The Anglo-Saxons. Where do the Angles and the Saxons come from? They're all European. They're ethnically European. Of course they are. The British, the indigenous British people are European. Of course they are. I am a proud Anglo-Saxon. Where do the Angles and the Saxons originally come from before they popped up on the island, on the British island? They come from northwest Germany, Denmark, Netherlands area. They sailed over, the Angles and the Saxons. Of course. Of course, we're ethnically European. Who hasn't voted? Allegedly Cornyn, but we don't know for sure. They are a Germanic people. They're a Germanic people. It is true. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything here. The Scythians. And then, of course, it all goes back to the Indo-Europeans. This is something I have never spoken about ever with... I don't think I've ever talked about this on my political broadcasts. I am a huge, Indo-European history nerd. I'm reading about it all day. I could sit here and give you a 60-minute lecture about the Scythians and the Hyperboreans, unironically. I'm a huge ancient Greek nerd, and Romans, of course, obligatorily. I love Scythian history. It's super cool. The Indo-Europeans, I'm a huge Indo-European nerd. They talk about it all day. The based Scythians. Patton Fan on Rumble, he says, my daughter is furloughed. Can't wait to screenshot the win. Keep up God's work. I'm hoping it's coming down tonight, if not tomorrow morning. I think we're there. I think we are there or very close to being there. And so I hope your daughter gets back to work. I hope she gets put back to work, rather. I'm sure she's more than willing to work. It's not her problem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And good luck. I think it's happening. I think there's some good news here. This is on Rumble from Natty Verdi. Says, so what realm do you play on WoW? Come back. Well, I don't play WoW anymore. I used to play a lot of WoW. I was never a retail guy. I was always a classic WoW guy in World of Warcraft. And I played on Fairlina during classic WoW. I don't want to brag here, but listen, I used to be a Scarab Lord. I'm a Scarab Lord in World of Warcraft. I don't want to brag about that. It's not really a big deal, but it's pretty much a big deal. So if anybody knows what that means. Nobody knows what that means, that's fine. Do I like Asmund? You don't even know. Can I show you something while we're sitting here waiting for this final vote? Hold up. You are not going to believe this. Not only do I like Asmongold and I are personal real-life friends. I have met, and this is a video from, it was uploaded 6 years ago, but really this footage I think is 8 years old. I have hung out with Asmongold, like probably 10 or 15 times in real life. Well, it's been a while. It's been a little while. But I used to hang out with Asmund down in Texas. There's me in the back of the car. We're getting in and out. Long time ago. This was way back in the day. So now I like Asmund. I like Asmongold. I used to play WoW. I used to play WoW with Asmongold. We go way back. Like almost a decade now. In fact, you know, I've said before that whenever I get to 1 million subscribers on YouTube, right now we have like 650,000. Whenever I get to 1 million subscribers on YouTube, I'm going to change something up on YouTube and Rumble here. I think once a week I want to start having guests on. So far I've been entirely solo. I haven't collaborated with anybody ever at all. Period. Entirely on my own journey here. One-man show. Whenever I get to 1 million on YouTube, I want to start having guests on and doing interviews and discussions. And so I don't know if Asmongold would do it. I would love to have Asmongold as a guest on one of those shows. It might be a year from now. It's going to take a while. But I would bring Asmongold on. I'd talk to Asmongold. There's other people. There's other people I'd bring on the show. I think it'd be good. So at some point we'll do guests on the broadcast. On the Madcast. I don't know what it'll be called. Right now, folks, we are waiting on one final vote. This government shutdown comes down to one final vote. One final vote. If this vote, it is a Republican, so I think we're probably out of the woods here. But if this votes nay, if the final senator votes nay, then the shutdown continues. If it votes yay, the shutdown's over. I think we're probably good though. But still, nonetheless, we are waiting just to concretely lock this in. We're locking it in. Renato, he says, you have the best channel. Thank God for Trump. The last book is waiting on what kind of goodies you can get. The last book is waiting on what kind of goodies you can get. I'm trying to make sense of that. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I'm looking forward to it nonetheless. Hey, and thank you. I'm trying to figure it out. That's my entire life. I'm trying to figure everything. Every day I'm trying to figure it out. Curtis, he says, hey, Matt, I just want to tell you thanks for what you do here. You guys are just way too nice. I'm used to people being way meaner to me, and then I do a broadcast, and it's like, well, you guys are too nice. I'm not used to it. You guys are way too nice to me. Thank you very much. I always want to put it back on you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. Seriously, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I see this. Cornyn is running late from the airport. So where do you see that? I was looking on his official page. Everybody say, where is John Cornyn? Oh, wait, hold up. Breaking news. John Cornyn, who is the last vote needed to reach the 60-vote threshold, is not even in Washington, D.C. Per The Hill, Cornyn is currently on his way from Dulles Airport in Virginia. WTF, John Cornyn, you couldn't be bothered to show up to work. Dude. President Trump, 3 days ago, it was Friday morning, President Trump explicitly told these Republican senators, he told all the senators, do not leave the city. Do not leave D.C. He said, you are not allowed to leave until you get this deal done, until you open up the government. President Trump issued a public statement. None of you are to leave the city until this deal is done. So I'm saying, brother, what were you doing in Texas? What were you doing down there? Hold up. No, hold up. Wait, hold up. No, it is. Wait, is in Texas, right? Dulles. Oh, it's in Virginia. Wait a minute. Why am I thinking it's because I saw Austin. Oh, this person posted the wrong screenshot. I think that's yeah. Okay, my bad. I let this trick my brain here. So he was in Virginia, I guess. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. So, dude, listen. Regardless, you gotta be here. You have made a big mistake by not being here, buddy. And so we have no, he might be driving. He might be flying or driving. Who even knows? Who even knows? I don't know. Nobody has any idea when he's going to show up. He's not posting on Twitter. You think he would post a little courteous post? Hey guys, I'll be there in 25 minutes. Hey everybody, I know we have 350 million Americans waiting for the government to reopen. I'll show up to work. I'll be there in 25 minutes. Right? A little something. A little heads up. A little something at least. No, I guess no. I guess no. Now we have Wildcard. He says, do you think John Fetterman, thank you by the way, do you think John Fetterman outspoke against Schumer about the shutdown? That's when other Democrats broke rank too. No, because Fetterman has been voting yay for 40 days. So I don't think anything Fetterman did has altered this. He's been voting with the Republicans to bring this shutdown to an end since day one. And also it seems like the Democrat establishment is looking to get rid of Fetterman. They want to replace him. They want to primary him as well because he has not been voting on the party line. So he might get kicked out here. I wonder when is he up for re-election? It's got to be 2028, right? I think he's a 2022er. So when is Fetterman up for re-election? I think he's 2028. Yeah, 2028. So Fetterman is safe for another 3 years, but you know they're going to try to get rid of him. You know, they're not happy with him. Not in the least. Not in the least. We have a big super chat here from Static Bandit. He says, here you go, man. Buy yourself some decent whiskey or at least a couple cases of beer. You know what? If my wife can hear me right now, I don't know if she's listening to the broadcast, she could bring in a bottle of Stella. Not too much. She could bring in just one bottle of Stella. We'll see if she's listening here, because I know we have some in the fridge. I have to try not to get too crazy here. I can't get belligerent, okay, but I think I can probably do one. Because we are just sitting here waiting for Cornyn to show up, so busted yes. So we'll see if she's listening. Stella Artois, yeah, that's right. Hey, thank you. We'll see about that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Stella is the preferred beer in this house. We don't drink a whole lot. We're not big alcohol people, but you know what? With that super chat, okay, why not? Okay, what else are we doing? Okay, why not? Hey, thank you. Oh. Oh my lord. Thank you. Thank you. Can I show you folks something here? She just heard my plea. So she brought in the Stella. Okay, yeah, there's that. She also brought in a bunch of homemade pizza. She made the dough. She actually, every inch of this pizza she made by herself. She said, hey, I heard you want a Stella, and so here's some pizza, some homemade pizza to go with it. She makes her own sourdough. She's got a sourdough like culture or whatever you call it. She keeps it alive in a jar. I don't know what it's called. Anyway, she said, hey, you want a beer? Here's some pizza too. So there's that. I'm not even really that hungry, but I guess I gotta eat it. Well, that was nice. That was nice of her. As we are sitting here waiting for Cornyn. So, like, here's my question real quick. Cornyn is gonna show up tonight, right? Like, he is not gonna show up tomorrow morning. Presumably there is reason to believe that he is going to show up tonight. Otherwise, I think that they would wrap this up. They would shut this down. They would shut down the vote to bring the shutdown to a shutdown. If you know what I'm saying. So, presumably he's on his way. Presumably he is going to be here. Otherwise, they would bring this to a close. That's what I think, at least. So, I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out, hopefully. I mean, that's what makes sense to me, at least, in my brain. I don't know. SW says, hey, Matt, how long had you been streaming political content before you started taking off? Well, it's kind of a weird story. It's a difficult story. We've got to go through all the lore here. So before, like I said, it was about 11 months ago, I started doing political coverage and political content full time. But before that, prior to 11 months ago, I had been a Twitch streamer, streaming on Twitch every day for probably 8 years. So I've been doing live broadcasts of some sort for almost a decade now. And yeah, most of that, up until about 11 months ago, was on Twitch. Now, the thing with Twitch, this is why I said the story gets kind of weird, is because I was streaming on Twitch and playing games. I was a video game broadcaster on Twitch, but what I was known for was talking politics while also playing games. So I'd be playing the game, similar to this, but I was also talking politics whilst playing the game. And so it was kind of a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And it got to a point I said, you know what? I'm just going to stop playing games and let's just do politics. Let's just go completely all in 100%. No longer 50-50. Let's go 100%. No games, only politics. And so that's what I've been doing now for 11 months, is completely all in on politics. But that's why the answer is kind of weird, because it's kind of a long, strange journey. You know, I'm going to add a note up here in the top left portion of the screen, because I see people continue to ask. So, yeah, how do I want to word this? Stand by here, folks. Democrats caved. We're going to say this: breaking. Democrats caved. Final vote. Republican Cornyn is on his way to the chamber. Yeah. That's probably sufficient. Okay, that's probably good. That'll probably do. So anyway, yeah. So folks, we are waiting for the final vote. This is Republican Senator Cornyn. He's a little bit late right now. I'll tell you something funny. I was streaming on Twitch, really talking politics for about 4 years, whilst also playing games. You guys have heard about Twitch. Twitch is a radically progressive echo chamber. Twitch is very far left. Very far left. And you know that I am very far to the right. I am not far left. I'm very far to the right, as you might have noticed. Every day I would talk politics on Twitch, and man, it was crazy. It was a bloodbath. People are coming in, fuck fuck you, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist, I hope you die, I hope your family blows up. They hated me. They were trying to cancel me left and right every day. Radical progressives on Twitch, you're the worst, you're a scumbag. And so that was my political environment, talking politics and dealing with those people for 3 or 4 years. Some of you were there for that. Some of you might remember that. And now it's like, now I'm on YouTube and I'm on Rumble, and it's a very different vibe. It's a totally, because now I have people that actually like me. You're like, wow, yeah, Matt, you're making sense. Good job. Yeah, we love you. This is what I said. I said I'm not accustomed to people being this nice. You guys are too nice to me. I can't believe it. I'm accustomed to people wishing death on me every day. Man, it's a little bit of a change up these last 11 months. It's a different vibe these days. I kind of like it. I like it a little bit. It's a different vibe. So, what were my numbers on Twitch? If I was streaming on Twitch, I averaged probably 1,500 viewers every day, 1,500 viewers. And so, you know, much to my luck, I could have never predicted this, but transitioning away from doing 50-50 politics and video games to doing 100% politics and no video games, that ended up being a very wise decision, because now we've, right now, well, tonight we have over 30,000 live viewers, and the YouTube videos do very well, and Rumble, everything is going very well. On Twitch, I would average probably 1,500 viewers on Twitch. It was funny because I was always saying the same stuff. I'm the same guy. I was talking the same politics, but I just, because I was on Twitch, I wasn't being put in front of my audience. I wasn't being put in front of the right audience. A guy like me can't be successful on Twitch, because viewers like you guys, smart, competent people like you, aren't on Twitch. You guys aren't on Twitch, predominantly speaking. So there just wasn't really, the numbers didn't math out, right? The audience wasn't there. The second I kind of moved over to Rumble and on YouTube now, it's like, there are my people. I found my people. Okay. Now things are kind of lining up. Okay, all right, there you go. And yes, we are still waiting on the vote. Republican Senator Cornyn is on his way to the chamber. I guess he has to travel in from out of town. Presumably he's going to be here soonish. Otherwise, I think they would probably wrap this up, but they're not. We have reason to believe he's on his way here. And now we're sipping a Stella Artois. So cheers, everybody. Or we say in this house, we say Prost, because my wife is German. There you go. Okay. And there's that. So that's the background story, I guess. Matt, if your wife brings you pizza, you eat pizza. She makes good pizza. I am going to eat that pizza here in a minute. I'm going to eat it. Hey, thank you. Thank you. This is Garchomp. That's a Pokemon name. He says, TYSM for the broadcasts. Been watching since the beginning of the Israel-Iran conflict. Enjoy the show. Keep up the good work. Have to say Stella is not the move for lagers. I love it. Honestly, I'm not really a big alcohol guy, but I like Stella. I do like Stella. I'll tell you a funny story about Stella, though. And thank you very much for that big super chat. I have an uncle. Uncle Greg is his name. Uncle Greg is like a real redneck conservative. He was in the Marines. He actually was working he was a police officer. He's like a real strong country redneck, patriotic American type of guy. He's as like American as you can be, Uncle Greg. We love Uncle Greg. He's a real funny guy. We had a family barbecue. And you know how when you have a family barbecue, you have to, everybody brings something. You bring a case of beer or potato chips or something. Everybody chips in a little bit. So I brought a 12-pack of Stella to this family barbecue. Uncle Greg was there. And I walk in the door and he says, "You brought Stella? What are you, a gay?" Not what are you gay. He said, "What are you, a gay? What are you, a gay?" And I said, "Okay, thanks, Uncle. Thanks, Uncle Greg. Listen, Stella's good. At least it's not Bud Light. I'm not drinking Bud Light. And hey, listen, Stella is good. I'm not going to tolerate this. I'm not tolerating this, Uncle Greg. Stella is good. anyway, that was funny. Okay, so I need to get caught up. I'm falling behind on everything here. AZ Capulity says the best part of this vote, this president will still be awake to sign it. They won't have to use the auto pen. You know, I'll tell you, I at this rate, I think this government is not reopening until tomorrow, because what's going to happen is after this vote, there is actually another vote during which we only need 51. So it's really complex and hard to explain. This vote, we need 60. We're missing Cornyn. He's going to show up, I don't know when. Then after this vote, there's the real vote, which only requires 51 votes. That real vote is the real vote that actually opens up the government. So this isn't technically the final step. It is a necessary step, but it's not the final step. And then after that next final step, where you need 51 votes, then it winds up on President Trump's desk, and then he signs it, and then we're good. So it's convoluted. It's technically the government is probably not open until tomorrow. We are missing one Republican senator, Cornyn. He's going to show up any minute. He's going to come running in the room any minute now, I suppose. So that's that. So now we are on standby. Bought and paid for says Esther 414 for such a time as this. I'm excited. You know, listen, I haven't even read any of the New Testament yet. Of course, you know, I've read bits and pieces, but I'm in the process of reading the entire Bible cover to cover, starting with the Old Testament. I haven't made my way to the New Testament. I'm in the Old Testament. I just finished up the book of Samuel. I'm moving on to Samuel 2 later tonight. Whenever I wrap up the show, I'm going to go read the Bible. Honestly, I'm going cover to cover, and so, you know, I think with Christians, kind of the good stuff, if I can call it that, if you know what I mean, is in the New Testament. All the Jesus stuff is in the New Testament. I'm not even there yet. And so I'm excited. I got to get through the Old Testament. I'm excited to get there. It's a long book. It's a big read. It's a complex read. Can't deny that. It's going to take a couple more months, I think. So how? Shout out says, man, I miss Hot Lips Pizza. Happy birthday. Hot Lips Pizza is good, yeah. And also happy, I think it's what, the 250th? Was that yesterday, I think? 250 years of the Marines? That's a big deal. That is a big deal. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. Never trust a guy that doesn't like pizza. Or hamburgers. If I were, listen, I'm gonna go back to my dictatorial plans. If I was dictator for a day, yeah, I'm gonna think about this. If I was dictator for a day, U.S. citizenship would be predicated upon your ability to eat a bacon cheeseburger. You got to eat a bacon cheeseburger, cheddar cheese, bacon, beef, and you have to drink a full glass of whole milk. And then you have to not shit your pants, because some people, they drink milk, they're having diarrhea. You have to sit there at a table, you have to eat a bacon cheeseburger, and you have to drink a full glass of whole milk. And if you can do that, okay, we're good. You're president. Or you're not president, you're a citizen. You're a citizen. I'm the president. You're a citizen. Welcome to the country. Welcome on in. And we are waiting on one more vote. This is my bacon cheeseburger approach to immigration. Bacon cheeseburger immigration plan and whole milk. Thank you very much. Tombstone says, do these servants get paid more the longer they're in session? Yeah, it's almost like they're getting paid by the hour here. Oh, that's what it seems like. Thank you very much. I really don't like eating in front of you guys. I am a little bit hungry though. It's been a long day here. I wonder if we have any update videos here I can play while I try to scarf some food. Well, not really. Nope. Do we have live now? Live now from Fox. Any commentary? Nope. Nope. No, sir. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. How about this? Let me take a look over here. We are waiting on one vote. There's always one. There always has to be one. John Cornyn. John Cornyn is late. He's not even in D.C. He was on his way from Dulles Airport in Virginia. This is the story. This is what we're doing right now, folks. I'm going to put that up there right now. He's on his way. If you can even believe it. I can't believe it. We have another one here. This is from Purple Camo. He says, quit watching Twitch years ago. Was an old sub on Twitch when Classic released. Came across your channel when I recognized your name. Stay safe, brother. You were watching in 2019 when Classic Rap came out a long time ago. Those are my glory days. Ah, my glory days. When I was the best World of Warcraft player in the world. You wouldn't even believe it. You know what's funny for all the new viewers tuning in tonight? I've been married for 5 years. 2 months ago, we celebrated our 5-year wedding anniversary. I met my wife playing World of Warcraft. I met my wife in the virtual world of Azeroth. I kid you not. And what's even funnier is that she was living in Germany. She was living in Europe, and I was living in America. And we were playing we met each other playing World of Warcraft, and so we got married. And one thing led to another. And so we ended up getting married. We met on World of Warcraft. Can you imagine that? It's been 5 years. We got 5 years and 2 kids and a dog. And so far, so good. I think we'll probably do another 5 years. Probably. Yeah, I think we probably. Things are pretty good. Okay, so I'm seeing this. It's a 35-minute drive from Dulles Airport to Washington, D.C. Okay. So he should be here. Nick Sortor says, you deserve to be fired. That's what he says. Is it over? No, it is not. Can you believe that? No, it is not. No, it is not. We are missing one vote. One vote is what we need. Cornyn needs to be called by everyone and told to nuke the filibuster. All Republicans must be told what to do. I'm with you. Listen, I'm still like, regardless of whether or not the government stays shut down or gets open, whatever happens here with the government shutdown, still, let's go nuclear. We got to go nuclear. Still, we got to go nuclear. Regardless. Tony Lee says, Matt, they added to this bill, so it'll have to go back to the House. This one, as far as I understand it, no. This is the clean, already House passed. Actually, no. I know they did not add to it because it's still called HR 5371. If they added to it, it would have a different name. It would be called like SR or something. So no, this is the clean budgetary continuing resolution already passed by the House. And I can say that with, I suppose, like 99.99999% certainty. I've been browsing around all these news sites. I haven't seen any news site talk about this being a new bill. No. Now, passing this clean bill that's already been passed by the House, the reason why 8 of these Democrats have agreed to pass this is because after they pass this and reopen up the government, then there have to be some deals. There's going to be some deal making going on. The Republicans have promised to make some deals here. We were talking about that earlier, but those deals are not baked into this continuing resolution that's at hand right now. Now, no. I will tell you something very curious here, though. Let's say some of you are right. Let's go down this. Let's say this bill was modified in the Senate, and then it would have to go back to the House. That is a curious dilemma here, and I'll tell you why. The House has been out of session since October 1st, and the second the House reopens, there's a Republican senator. His name is, it's getting late, I'm sorry, Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie has put together a coalition of 218. There's Thune up there underneath my webcam. He's hanging out. Thune is ready. Thune is ready. Okay, so we've got reason to believe that this is getting done tonight. Okay, by the way. But anyway, Thomas Massie down in the House has put together a bipartisan coalition of 218 Democrat and Republican House representatives. They've got a bill ready to go that they will pass the second the House reopens. Thomas Massie is passing a bill. He's got the people to do it, which will necessitate, if passed, the DOJ to release the Epstein files. Now, before you get too excited, if you're on the edge of your seat waiting for the Epstein files to be released, this bill would have to pass through the House and the Senate and the White House. So Thomas Massie, he does have the people to pass this Epstein file release bill through the House. It's dead in the Senate. The senators are never going to vote for it. And then, of course, President Trump is not going to sign off on it. But the reason why this is important is it's all optics. It's this. So like a week from now, or maybe a couple days from now, we are going to have another week or two of total mainstream media hysteria talking about Jeffrey Epstein. The entire national conversation, again, get ready for it. I'm telling you in advance. The second the House opens, everybody's going to be talking about Epstein again because of this House bill, which is dead on arrival. They will pass it through the House, but it's not going to make it through the Senate, and it's not going to make it through the White House, through the Oval Office. It's not. So, but just get ready for it. Just get ready for it. That is on the horizon. What time did his flight land? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. We do see still, we saw Thune and other Republicans are out here walking around, ready to go. You know, I'm just trying to make sense of this right now. If he was not going to show up, if Cornyn that is, was not going to show up to the chamber tonight, or if they had reason to believe that he was not going to show up to the chamber tonight, I think they would just leave. They'd just go home, probably. They would not be sitting here walking around in circles, hanging out. So they must think that he is going to be here soon enough. So fingers crossed. So fingers crossed. Yeah, once again, for those of you that were saying that what they're voting on now, or this is not a new bill. This bill has not been modified. I'm checking. I'm on 3 different websites right now. This is the clean continuing resolution that has already been passed by the House. What we're talking about. This new deal that the Republicans have made with the Democrats, or vice versa, the Democrats with the Republicans. All of the conditions of the deal that they have made to pass this bill that has already made its way through the House, those conditions come after the government is reopened and this bill is passed. Any changes or whatever are coming after, once the government is open. So CNN says something different than Fox News. Politico says something different. Politico agrees with Fox. CNN does not agree with Politico or Fox. I guess this is why nobody trusts the mainstream media anymore. Either way, there was another question here. Screw CNN. Screw CNN. There was another question here. After presuming we get our 60th vote here, there will be another vote in the Senate that will require 51. So this, regardless, this is not the final nail in the coffin, so to speak, for reopening the government. And so whether or not they're going to have that next vote tonight, it's getting late on the East Coast, whether or not they're having that final vote tonight after this one. So this is like, this is the penultimate vote before the ultimate vote. Does that make sense? This is the final vote before the final vote. And then maybe it's got to go back to the House if they made changes. I don't think they did, because I don't know, because I'm seeing three different things. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, here's a good question. In your opinion, who is the most trustworthy mainstream media news website? Mainstream. CNN, Fox, MSNBC, Politico, New York Times. If you had to pick one, only one. If you had to pick one and only one. I can't get a straight answer. Excuse me. Yeah, same. I can't get a straight answer. What I can tell you is what we are voting on right now, HR 5371, this is the bill that is already passed through the House. That is what is being voted on right now. Okay, so everybody's saying either Fox or OANN. Okay, Asmongold. Asmongold is the most trustworthy mainstream media news source. All right. Well, why don't we see what Asmongold has to say about this? Okay. All right, what does Asmongold have to say?
Oh no! Oh wait. Narrative designer from Square Enix, previously Life is Strange.
Yeah, I don't think he's talking about this. Listen, man, I hate to break it to you. I don't think Asmongold is talking. I think he's talking about some video games. I don't think he's talking about that. I don't think he even is talking about it. Okay, I'm gonna go to OANN. Okay, we are now browsing. To be honest, I don't spend a whole lot of time on OANN. Taking a look. Okay, so do we have any breaking OANN news about what is happening right now with the shutdown? Top news? I don't think we do. I don't think OANN has an article on this right now. They haven't got it up. Okay, so OANN is not going to do it. Oh.
Mr. Corn and I.
He is here, ladies and gentlemen. He has arrived and he voted yes. All right. Okay. There you have it. It just passed. 60-40. They did it. Against all odds. It has passed. There's Cornyn. Yeah, listen, dude, where have you been? What were you up to all night? Dude? What's up, brother? Yeah, listen, ladies and gentlemen, Chuck Schumer loses. Democrats lose. Chuck Schumer loses. Their attempt to hijack the federal government to extort hundreds of billions of dollars out of all of us to pay for the healthcare costs of illegal aliens. That has lost. All they do is lose. All we do is win, and all they do is lose. And so now this government is reopening here. It is inevitable.
On this vote, the yeas are 60 and the nays are 40. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn, having voted in the affirmative, the motion upon reconsideration is agreed to.
Woohoo! So is John Thune going to come up and give a speech here, or what? We got to have a speech. There's Suzanne Collins down there. We've got to have a speech here. Somebody's got to say something, right? Who's that? Speech, speech, speech. So I would suppose that technically tomorrow is the final day of the government shutdown. So this will be a 41-day long government shutdown. It's going to bleed over into tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think Trump will sign the dotted line there and get it opened up. It'll be 41 days long. But it's over. Against all of Chuck Schumer's best efforts, it is over. We lost the nuclear key. I will agree with you there. Now that the government has been reopened, our leverage or pressure that we had to go nuclear has pretty much entirely dissipated. I think at this point we need to stop holding our breath about going nuclear. As much as I think we should and wish we would, regardless of the shutdown, I think we should do it anyway. Do it immediately. Let's go. I think the pressure has been released now. The pressure has been released. Matt Morris couldn't parse pink. Oh, dude, are you really trying to World of Warcraft trash talk me right now? There's this guy in the chat. He's trying to trash talk me. It's unbelievable. But anyway, yeah, I wish we would, but I think we're not. I think the end of the shutdown here is pretty much a big pressure release. I'm telling you, man. I know for a fact that the future is going to vindicate what I'm about to say. I know that I will be proven right with what I'm about to say in the future. Could be 3 years, could be 7 years, could be 10 years, could be 15 years. It's really not that long in the grand scheme of things. It's only a matter of time. It is an inevitability. The Democrats, they will activate the nuclear option. After doing so, they will destroy the republic. They will ruin this country. The death, that is to say, the death of this republic will follow immediately after the Democrats nuking the filibuster. That is going to happen. Unless we do it first. Unless we do it first, we have a chance. We could do it now, but the Senate Republicans are not going to do that. I wish they would. I pray. Literally, tonight, I'm going to pray that they will. I will pray. On my bedside, I will pray. But I don't think it's going to happen. I wish. How can I find this? I don't even know. I'm looking for something here. Oh. So I'm kind of waiting to see here if John Thune is going to show up and give a speech. Don't you think? I think he should probably give a speech. We are ending the shutdown. The shutdown is coming to an end, so it's like, let's go. You got to give a speech here, Thune. Come on, brother. But maybe not. But maybe not. I don't know. Where's the speaker? Well, there's a Senate leader. Speakers in the House. We'll give him a minute here. We'll give him a minute. Thune is stuck in the airport. Now Thune is in Dulles International Airport in Virginia somehow. But yes, by the way, it is passed. Yes, it is passed. Now, I think the government shutdown is not officially going to come to an end until tomorrow. I think we are going to have a lot to talk about tomorrow. In fact, folks, I think I'm probably going to wrap up the show here any minute because we've been going for a long time. They did it. 60-40. The deal has been struck. The deal has been struck. We got our 5 additional Democrats to hop over and vote alongside the Republicans to reopen the government. 8 Democrats in total. 52 Republicans, 52 plus 8 is 60. They locked it in. And so now, tomorrow, officially the government shutdown is going to come to an end. The deal has been made. The deed has been done. This will end up being a 41-day government shutdown. The longest in U.S. history. It's hard to imagine one that's longer than that. Tomorrow, I would imagine what we're going to see is, by the way, get ready for this. Tomorrow, I would imagine we are going to see nuclear, radioactive, doomsday, Holocaust, Democrat meltdown. Because what has happened, let the record show, Donald Trump and the Senate Republicans, they have cut Chuck Schumer out of the equation. Chuck Schumer is the leader of the Senate Democrats. Donald Trump and the Senate Republicans, they have gone behind Chuck Schumer's back. They've gone over his head. They have started cutting deals with Senate Democrats without the permission or involvement of Chuck Schumer. They just cut Chuck Schumer out. And so tomorrow it's going to be Democrat apocalypse because and I say that because we are already seeing a little bit of it tonight, where Democrats are melting down, they are seething, they are raging at Chuck Schumer's failure, as they see it. Chuck Schumer has failed to keep the Senate Democrats in line, and so now the entire party is turning on Chuck Schumer. The Democrats are turning on Chuck Schumer. He's a weak leader, he's a loser, we got to get him out of here. He's not strong enough to combat the evil fascist President Trump. So that's that. So we're going to have a lot to talk about tomorrow. In fact, we might tomorrow morning. I would imagine. Let me check real quick. Every night, the White House updates their public schedule for the following day. So I can actually tell you right now, maybe if they've updated. If they have uploaded their Monday schedule. The question is, are we going to be doing a morning broadcast? So tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, the president is participating in a bilateral meeting with the president of Syria. Okay. I don't think the press is okay. So tomorrow we are not having a morning broadcast. So it'll be a video and then an evening broadcast is what it'll be. So hey, make sure to follow, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Rumble, YouTube, everybody, thank you very much for being here. Sincerely, thank you all very much for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And until then, God bless and stay safe. And thank you for tuning in. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.